Oh, my song's not playing. What the heck? Play song. Once again, my song's not playing. I gotta fix this. Anyways, I don't know. So here's the issue with this software that I use. It says I'm live, but then it doesn't really. I've noticed that when I do that, it doesn't really go live right away. So now it says I'm live, so I know I'm live. How's everybody doing today? It is Sunday. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. There's something I've been thinking about. I've been wanting to do for a while, and here's what it is. So I'm always telling people, you know what? When the liberals are in charge, the president's not really running the country, right? And that's why I think they really hate President Trump, because President Trump, um, I guess I should turn these lights on. Huh? President Trump, when he became president, didn't do everything that everybody else did. Let me see if I can fix this. Let's see if it goes away. There we go. So President Trump didn't really, he took advice from his advisors, but then he made his own decisions. And that's why a lot of people don't like him, I think. So what I'm thinking, so with the left though, I don't think the president on the left is ever the person in charge of the country. I really don't. And probably for the right as well for the longest times. So what I want to do is this. I want to figure out who's behind the show. Because I find it really interesting that every single person in Hollywood, well, almost every single person in Hollywood is a liberal, right? And if they aren't, then they get kicked out, or they stop getting parts. And what's up, Tony Haymuckets? So why is all of Hollywood left and left leaning? And if they're not, they get in trouble. Why is all these college professors left and left leaning, right? Same thing with the unions. I know the union. I was in the union, so I know the union pushes leftism, right? But a lot of the people don't really do it. So I bought this program thanks to Robert Gavea, Rob, a buddy of mine. He uses this thing called Mind Map. So it just cost me $100 for the year. I just bought it so we can start working on this, because I really want to deep dive and figure out who the hell is running our country when the left is in charge, and not even, let's just say who's running the left, right? There's somebody in charge, and I don't think it's the people that we think it is. Right? Because think about it. If you were running a whole entire country from behind the scenes, or as not president, for a while there, I thought, well, maybe it's Nancy Pelosi, Chucky Schumer. It's like a consortium of people. I still think it's a consortium of people, but I don't think it's just them. I think whoever's really running the country, I think keeps themselves out of sight. And I really want to investigate this. I'm not the greatest at investigating stuff at all. And, like people like Steven Crowder, and them, they have tons of money that they can afford to hire people to do this stuff. And I don't have a ton of money, right? I got bills to pay like everybody else, and I don't make a lot of money. I do, but I don't. I do, but like they say, the more money you make, the more money you spend. Prime example, look at my freaking truck. My truck payment is more than probably some of your guys' rent on the month. So I'm stupid with money. But I figure this way, we can all work as a group, and you guys can help me figure out who's really running our country. And, with that right now, since the left, we can figure out who's running the left. Like I said, I used to think it was Nancy Pelosi, Chucky Schumer, Adam Schiff, and all those guys, Gavin Newsom. But maybe not. Soros is brought in the picture a lot. But just the fact that Hollywood is so involved, the mainstream media is so involved, and to be mainstream media in Hollywood, you've got to be fucking liberal. Why is that? I don't know. I really don't know. But I think we can do this deep, deep dive, working together as a group, that we can figure this out. So what I'm thinking about doing, so I started the mind map, which is what Oops, wrong one. Oh, that's gonna happen every time. Okay, I gotta change this. I gotta change this one. So hold on, let me change it back. I'm trying to use two separate windows. We're just starting out today, but so here's the very starting point of our mind map. I don't know mind map. I have never used it before. This is my first time using it. So we are all gonna learn about how to use this together. So we can do some starting off points, I guess. So we want to do another one of these. And the reason I'm using octagons is because I can go off in multiple different. Oh, it doesn't let you go off in multiple different ways. Oh, anyways, so let's call this one. Um, let's call this one the politicians, right? The politicians. So we can do research on politicians. We're going to go over to this side, and we'll call this. What should we call this? Media. The media. And then we'll go down here. Well, I don't want to call them Hollywood anymore. We're going to call it Pedowood. Yeah, that's what we're going to do, Grau. But I think we all can help each other do this. So we got the media, Pedowood politicians. And then here, let's type in money. Who has the money? And like I said, I need help collaborating with all of you together. So where should we start? Like when I think of money, right? I think of so in money, I think over here of let's say BlackRock, right? BlackRock could be money, right? And let's see if I can expand it out here. BlackRock, and then over here. So how do you make another tangent one? How do you split it off? So I don't. See, I got to learn this program, right? I got to learn this program because up here, there, we could put BlackRock. We could put George Soros. See, why does it do that? It drives me nuts that it does that. We're just starting out with this right now, too, folks. Styles, shapes. Oops. So we got another shape over here. Let's drag. Every time I move, it drags this stuff. And actually, let's make these smaller. These ones can all be smaller. Smaller, right? We're going to make these ones smaller ones. Oh, wait, can I? Okay, so we're going to say BlackRock. How do you connect these two? Wait. So then we're going to have, well, BlackRock, let's say George Soros, right? George Soros. That's another one of the money guys. Who else do you guys think that we should add to the money pot? I got to figure out how to connect these, though. Wait, there we go. There we go. I figured it out. There we go. So we got Soros. We got BlackRock. We'll have to figure out some more money people. But let's start with the politicians, right? Now, what should we start? If we start with the politicians, I mean, biggest one we can start with is Nancy Pelosi, right? How much is? Let's look up Nancy Pelosi's net worth. So let's go here. We'll make this one smaller, of course. Put it right in the center. We'll say Nancy Pelosi. Let's look at what. Let's start out with Nancy. So we do some research on Nancy Pelosi. What do you guys think? Let me go over here. So we're going to go to this one now. And I got to add something different. Hold on, I got to add something different for you guys. I thought I could do it the same, but I couldn't. So we're going to do a window capture. We're going to call this Mind Map Chrome because that's the program I'm using. Oh, Mind Map Chrome. I already have that. I'm at Chrome. I'm at Chrome screen. How about that? That'll help us out. Okay. Sorry, guys. We're working on this all together, right? So we're at Google there. Okay. So next thing you know, we want to transform this to fit the screen. Okay. So that now fits the screen, right? Then we can take this off. You guys don't need to see all this stuff. Actually, you don't even need to see all that stuff either. And then we'll move it down here. And this one we can delete from this page. Yes. Okay. So let's look up that. This is a process. So if you guys help me out with the process, let's look up Nancy Pelosi's net worth. Net worth. Okay. Investopedia. Nancy Pelosi's net worth. Pelosi has made millions from investing in lucrative tech stocks. Now, why do you think that is? So actually, so here's what we should do. So she has shares of Apple. She's a net worth of $230 million. Holy Jeep shit, Batman. Okay, so let's first off go over here and let's go to this one. Let's go back here. So we're going to say Nancy Pelosi. So we'll go down here. We're going to say money. And then we're going to go down here. Say money. 230. Wait, money. 230. And I'm going to figure out how to use this program better. 230 million. Okay. So she's worth 230 million, right? How is she making that 230 million? So she has stocks in Apple. Well, let's do salary first. Her salary, how much is her salary? I gotta add my buttons here. Let me go to this. I'm gonna do something here real quick. If you don't mind, it's a process we're working on here, right? So this is a process, and you guys throw out what do you think we should research, okay? So let's go here. This is gonna be, we'll do this one is we want to put a scene up here. Just give me 1 second. I'm just trying to put my buttons on here so we can go back and forth. Okay, so we got scene. We're gonna title this one Chrome. You think so, bro? Okay, we can do DuckDuckGo instead. We can do DuckDuckGo instead. I just thought, we're using Google right now, but Safari. What I mind map Safari, and we'll do scene. Mind map. Okay, so let's see. Let me look at here. Can I go back and forth? So that's the Chrome. There we go. All right, so you want to use DuckDuckGo? We can use DuckDuckGo. Brah. DuckDuckGo. Oops. DuckDuckGo. We'll set it as our default search. Got it. Let us do this. No, I don't want to do a default browser. So let's go here. Let's go Nancy Pelosi net worth. Okay, so here we go. And actually, with the way that this one looks, I think I can fix it to make it bigger so you guys can see stuff. And you know what? Let's fix the bottom a little bit too. Just so everything gets bigger for you guys. That's what she said. Okay. So glasses, we're gonna get the real numbers here. And I know this is boring, guys, but I need your guys' help with this. So it says Newsweek. We don't want to use Newsweek. Investopedia. That's what I was just using. Celebrity. Let's go back to Investopedia. This is where we were. So that's an awful picture of her too. Nancy Pelosi is a Democrat Congresswoman representing the 11th district. Has an estimate net worth of $230 million. As Speaker of the House, she earned $223,500 annually, and now earns. So let's just stick with the 223, right? How long has Nancy Pelosi been in office? So let's see. How long has Nancy Pelosi been in Congress? 35 years. 35 years. Wow, she's 84 years old and she's still living. So 35 years. And it says her net worth 230 million. What's 35 times 223? 35. Let's actually say 150 minus taxes and stuff, even though she probably doesn't pay taxes. Well, here we go. Stock in Pelosi portfolio includes shares of Apple valued between 25 and 50 million. She has Apple, Microsoft, Salesforce, Google, and Amazon. Besides being known for her career in politics, Nancy Pelosi has also made headlines with her investing moves, so much as there is an ex-social media account dedicated to tracking her moves. Okay, what is it? Let's find out what it is. Nancy Pelosi also made headlines for invest so much that there is an ex-social media account dedicated to her moves. We got to find this. This is something we definitely got to find. Okay, so let's open up another window here. Let's go to X. So let's type in Nancy Pelosi. Let's just type in moves. Let's see what that is. People. Nancy Pelosi ears. Nancy Pelosi. That's not a. Nancy Pelosi's drunk. Nancy Pelosi's a bitch. Well, let's do this. First off, let's say Nancy Pelosi trades on X. Maybe that'll show it. Oh, here we go. Nancy Pelosi stock tracker. Go to Nancy Pelosi stock tracker. $175 million invested on joint autopilot so far. According to Quick Grant, Nancy Pelosi has made $10 million in the stock market just this week. Okay, so I don't know if this is true. This was posted on August 15th. If there was an app that did this automatically, oh wait, there is Joint Autopilot, and now it has her performance on autopilot even with the delays. Let's see, how much is this? Hopefully this thing is free. Autopilot. 7.75 million per year. Invest like a politician. Only 300 million invested and 9 million trades on autopilot. Build the team behind the viral Pelosi tracker account. Join. Oh, this is an investing website. Okay, we're not going to do that. I'm not investing. I have bad luck investing. So, notable politician trade alert. Mark Wayne Mullen just bought 50,000 of IQView. IQView is a healthcare stock that conducts clinical trials and services to pharma biotechs. We're not looking about him. We're looking at Nancy Pelosi stuff. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen just disclosed a purchase. I want to see all of her purchases. That's all McCall. Do we build? I want to see what she bought. Politician. Question: has a politician been buying this beforehand? In the last 90 days, here's the breakdown. Buys 30 million, sells 20 million. It's quite relatively even split. Oh, in total. I don't know. This is not a good one. This is showing everybody stuff. Dana White. Nancy Pelosi and a Pelosi look-alike attends UFC fight in Vegas at the Sphere. Anyways, Okay, so who else do we think? Let's just work on our mind map for a little bit. Who else do we think is in part of this? Who else do we think is part? What other politicians are in here, right? Um, so we're gonna go like this. Oh, how do we do it again? Can we do this? Nope. How do I add another one off of this branch? Arrange? No. I guess we just gotta put another one of these things, I guess. And put this right here. Let's make it all smaller. And this one should go here. Okay. What happened here? I gotta fix it. You gotta hold the shift down when you do this. So they look the same. Now let's go here. We're gonna bring. How did I do that last time, guys? Oh, wait a minute. That's how. Delete. Okay. So we're gonna go here. Let's do Chuck Schumer, right? Good old Chuck Schumer. And I don't want it like that. I want it to come. Damn it. I don't want that either. Okay, maybe. Here we go. Make it smaller. So look, we're going to do this Schumer, but let's make him smaller. That's 7.75 million total she should have made out of the 230 million. Thank you, Gra. Okay, good to know. I don't, I'm just learning this program, so I don't even know if we're doing this in the right direction, guys, but you guys can tell me. Let's do another one of these. Let's do Gavin Newsom, because that's fucking her nephew, right? Let's do, oops. Newsom. Who else do we want to put in here? There's Newsom. Can I not add another one? That's not what we want to do. I want to add. Oh, we can do one here. Why can't we add more? Dan Goldman. Yeah, we want to do Dan Goldman. Okay. Add a plus sign. Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman. Okay. Who else do we want to add to this list of politicians? Will this thing arrange this? Auto arrange this. Auto layout. Hierarchy. How about that? There we go. Wait a minute. Who's around the country? Okay, here we go. So we got media, we got the politicians. So the politicians we're doing over here now, I guess. So we got Nancy Pelosi, Chucky Schumer, right? Maybe we should throw the way their money's going off of here. This one should be connected. This one should be connected here. There we go. So we got Chucky Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. Where'd Gavin Newsom go? Oh, they went over here. I want everybody to be over here so we can see them better. I am awful at this, guys. We'll get better. We'll get better. Actually, we should put Gavin Newsom off of Nancy Pelosi, don't you think? Just because that's her nephew, right? I wonder if we can connect the two this way. I don't know. Anyways, well, whatever. Bloomberg, Obama, Bush. Good ideas. Good ideas. You know, I'll do the mind map later. How about let's work with, let me open up my, let's open up, I thought this mind map was going to be easy. It probably will be once I learn how to use it. So let me open up a Word app, MS Word, and we can do it this way. How about this way? Yeah, let's do it this way. Once again, guys, this is my first time ever trying to do anything like this. So bear with me. Microsoft Outlook, Microsoft Word. Okay. And let's do this. Type in a word. I'm going to start taking all the suggestions down right now. We're going to add. Guess what? Add me there already. Hold on, let me see if Word's open yet or not. Word is open. Let's do a blank document. Okay. Sorry, guys. It's going to take us a while before we figure this out. I may have just wasted money on mind map. We might even, well, we'll still use it. We're going to type in a word here. That's Word. Okay. Let's go down to my Microsoft Word document. Here we go. Let's make it fit the screen. We're just starting as the very first day, guys, so it's going to take a little bit. Fit the screen. Let's go over back to Word now. Let's view this one, make it bigger. Let's go zoom, zoom. Let's do 200%. There we go. And so let's say, so Nancy, so we're going to do politicians. We're typing politicians here. Nancy Pelosi, Newsom, Schumer, Obama. Who else did you guys? Bloomberg's not one of those. Clinton. You think Bush is part of this? Bush and more. All met with them before they were picked on for president. Nancy Pelosi, Schumer, and a whole lot of them are puppets that get paid well as puppets. That's what we're trying to figure out, Tony. Who was paying them? Who was the one paying them? That's what we got to figure out. Okay, politicians, people with money, people with money. We'll type here. So we're going to do Bloomberg. Bloomberg. I don't think I spelled his name right. It's ERG, but I don't care. Bloomberg. Bloomberg. Soros. What is it? Bernie Madoff? Who else do you guys think? Oh wait, you know what else I gotta do? I gotta put the. That's what I gotta do here, guys. Hold on. I gotta do the chat. Copy the chat. Copy chat. So let's go into mind map B. We had chat, and chat right now is right here. There we go. But I want to put the chat up here from here on out. That way, guys, can you guys see that? Do you guys need this stuff bigger? I can make it a little bit bigger. Here we go. Let me turn off my Google. Let me turn off my email so people don't keep hearing that stuff. By the way, guys, real quick, I got an email mess or a text message today since you got with Goldman in the you guys mentioned Goldman. So a buddy of mine, Daniel Goodwin, he made this documentary called the Real Timeline Behind January 6th. He just updated it. He's got more information now, and he updated it today. He sent me the link. He said we can actually show it on our channel. And then he told me that we're going to do, he's going to come and do an interview with us. Not right now. It's going to be a month or two because he's really busy, but we are on his list of interviews. So we're going to interview the guy who made this documentary. Actually, we'll go to Chrome here and we'll show it to you real quick. So I'll show you what documentary I mean. Let me open up my text messages on here. That's from, I guess he doesn't. Yeah, there it is. I knew he had Apple. Let's click on it. Hopefully it's the right one. So this is it right here. January 6th film. He uses my footage too in here. That's another reason why he tells me. Yeah, I was around those explosions. Those things did not feel good. So when it comes out, guys, he said we can actually show it on here. So we're going to show it on here. But now let's get back to the good stuff. Actually, let me add one more here to this. Let me do one more scene here. And this is going to be titled Word Scene. Okay. Add this. Perfect. So now I can go back and forth, right? Yep, I can. Okay, so what else do we want to discuss here with this type stuff here? We got to add the chat. And the chat box needs to go up here and make it a little bit bigger so you guys can read the last little bits of chat. Okay, so where are we next? Can you search who has the money invested in China? Let's do that. Let's go here to Chrome. I think that's where we were searching at, right? Okay. Back to DuckDuckGo. Over here. Let's go to who has. How about this? More like let's start with. I say we start with Hollywood because Hollywood we can maybe work backwards a lot better. Like who is the who like what companies produce movies, right? Because these guys are the one. Actually, we got to go to DuckDuckGo. These are the people that the money are behind that are pushing everything. So who controls the money in Hollywood? The money in Hollywood. How about that one? Who really owns Hollywood? Screen Hub. This is from Australia. I gotta give some kudos to RSBN who was right up there with the tear gas and was watching them when everything happened. Kind of crazy. Yes. But Tony, have you ever seen the picture of where they shot the tear gas directly at me? Have you seen that picture? Hold on, let me show you real quick. I can show you that. Let me go to my phone. Go to favorites. All right, I should be able to show you this on my phone. Okay, so let's go to news where you only see me. And let me go to webcam. Let me switch this out real quick to Eddie's iPhone 15 desk view camera. Nope. Disconnect. That's not the right one. How about camera? That's not it either. That's weird. You can't do it. Cancel. Disconnect. Disconnect. How was I doing that before? I was doing it before. Well, here, let me send this to myself real quick. My computer's on there. Whatever. Anyways, you've seen it. I'm sure you guys have seen it. I was right there at the very top. Gra's seen it. Gra has seen it. Let's go back to here. Actually, I know what we can do. We'll go here and we'll type in what is that website called that I'm on where they show all Trumpify, right? Trumpify Eddie Block. De-Trumpify, that's what it is. De-Trumpify. Let's go to gallery, photo gallery. So we can look at here. Like here's me and Brandon with That's the Point. Me with Bryson Gray. Where's my other January 6th photos? Go to page 2. I got a second page. Here we go. Oh no, that's not the good one. That's not the one where it shows them shooting tear gas at me. Interesting. Oh wait, I know where we can look. We can just go to X. I have it on my X account. Go to profile. I know we're doing something different here. We're squirreling it. So you see, this is me up there at the Capitol from that other picture you just saw. But see this green shit? Yeah, that's tear gas. That's tear gas. Yeah, no, I get it, Tony. That was the only one you knew back then. Anyway, so let's who really owns Hollywood? According to Deadline, Endeavor and CEO Ari Emanuel stated that our position in the ecosystem favors long-term growth and investments will continue. Altogether, the industry spent $121 billion on content, with the studios, including Netflix, accounting for 81 billion or 71%. So who is this guy? Ari Emanuel. This is who we got to look up. Okay, so let's type him also. Let's go here to Word. Ari Emanuel. We got to look this guy up. CEO. So now let's go back to Chrome. Let's go to Chrome here. Let's add another one. We got to go to DuckDuckGo. Hey, Gra, do you want to jump in Discord with me? You want me to open up Discord so we can actually work on this together? You can, sound the stuff out with me. Okay, so let's look up Ari Emanuel. Let's see who this guy is. Ari Ziva Emanuel is an American businessman and the CEO of Endeavor, an entertainment and media agency that owns the UFC and the WWE. He was founding partner in Endeavor Talent Agency and was instrumental in shaping its June 2009 merger with the William Morris. Holy shit. So this guy just started out with a small company, then merged with William Morris Agency, which I don't know who it is. But how is this guy controlling all of the media? So let's do some research on this guy. We don't want to do anything from like the major media, Vogue, Variety. Actually, you know what our best bet might be? How about we look at him on X? I think X will be our best bet, don't you guys think? So let's look up this guy on X. Okay, let's look what he just has alone on his. So he's CEO of Endeavor. Let me add that to our Word program. Is CEO of Endeavor. Did you want to join us, Crow? Let's see what he doesn't post anything. He has no posts. Is that true? Oh, wait. There's a picture of him. So this is probably not even joined December 2013, 56 following. He has no freaking posts. No posts at all. So instead, let's go back here. 2 produce, 2 pros. Machine Philadelphia. Let's see what this says right here. Let's look at this picture. So that's him right there. There's the problem is here's an issue that I have. He's seen with President Trump. He's seen with Dana White. Dana White's conservative. I mean, President Trump we know is all conservative. Who is he with right here? But look at this. So they add a picture of J.J. Abrams with him. He's liberal. Bad Robot Productions. Brandon Ike, founder and CEO of Brave Solitaire Software, and Mike Winkleman. I don't know who the hell this Mike Winkleman guy is. From Elon Musk to Chinese tech titans, everybody want NVIDIA's GPU chips. Scoop. The other day, Elon on the Twitter Spaces link below gave an extremely compelling pitch about GPUs becoming an extremely scarce commodity. When was this? When was this? I don't know. I wish I knew how to do like dark web stuff. Hold on, you know what we got to do? We got to put it in quotation marks. That way we only get stuff with his name in here. Whether you share Elon's political views or humor, you have to admire his work ethic. The Jew called. So I'm just reading what this says, folks. So don't try and get me for hate, whatever. That's too big for you guys to read. A Jew called Ari Emanuel tried to take operational control of Twitter when Elon Musk was in the process of purchasing it. He wanted Elon to pay for it. Then he, blah, 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 would run it. Oh, and he wanted $100 million for doing this. Says, once it was clear that the deal was going through, Ari Emanuel came back to Musk in a 3-paragraph message sent on an encrypted text message service Signal with a proposal. Let him and his agency Endeavor run Twitter for a fee of $100 million. He said he would take charge of cutting costs, creating a better culture, and managing relations with advertisers and marketers. We'd operate it, but he would tell us what he wanted and be in charge of all the engineering and technical stuff. We do a ton of business with advertisers, and it's not like we haven't done this before, you know? Burchell called it the most insulting, demeaning, insane message. Musk was more sanguine and polite. He valued his friendship with Emmanuel. Look, I appreciate the offer, but Twitter is a tech company, a programming company. Emmanuel countered that they could just hire the tech people, but Musk gave him a firm no. He had a core belief that you could not separate engineering from product design. In fact, the product design should be driven by engineers. The company like Tesla, SpaceX should be engineered at all levels. So I like what Elon said. So here's the question, though. So this guy, he tried to take over X. So they tried to get Elon to let him control X. So here's what I'm thinking about this. You guys tell me what you think when I say this. So I'm thinking about this here then. So this guy, he's in close with Elon, right? When Elon decided to buy X to make sure that X was a full free speech platform, this guy named Ari Emanuel tries to come in and swoop in and take it. He tried to come in and take it, right? So let's go to our mind map. We're going to add this to our mind map real quick. We have to put his name on there. So we're going to put money. Where's the money? Where's my money list? Here's the money, okay? So we had BlackRock. And let's go over here and let's put in Ari Emanuel, and he owns Endeavor CEO. I hope I spelled it right. Why is it the full name not there? Endeavor CEO. CEO return. Nope. Endeavor CEO Ari Emanuel. And he has links. So he has links to Elon Musk. Elon Musk. We'll put Elon Musk in there because Elon Musk got money, right? I think it's funny. Everybody wants to destroy America, but no one can survive without it. That's a good point, Tony Hayes. That's a very good point. So we're looking here. So Elon Musk he tried to take out Elon Musk, right? So if this guy is a big player, shoot, let me go here. If this guy is a big player, right? with if he's the big player, this guy is the big player, right? Think about this. For the left, then this guy can also be in charge of X. There's a possibility he might be up there in charge. How much is this guy worth? Arya Manuel net worth. Let's look this up real quick. Let's go to DuckDuckGo. Arya Manuel. Manuel net worth. Let's see what this guy's worth. So Ariel Zeev Emanuel is an American businessman. Let's see, what is his net worth? 450 million. That's not a lot. That's not much as I thought it would be. Ari Emanuel. Let's look somewhere else. Market realist. Yeah, he's worth 450 million. Interesting. Okay. Let's do the richest people in the world right now. Richest people in the world. You're sure he's in the Bloomberg group? Okay, guys, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open up Discord real quick. So that way, if you guys want to jump in and talk with me in my ear, we can do that. And it's starting up. Just so everybody knows, this is going to be like, it could take us years to figure this shit out. I'm sorry, I'm going to turn my air conditioner. It's fucking hot right now. This could literally take us years to fucking figure out. How bad is my audio right now having that on there? Is it bad or not? Let me know. Let me know. How come? Oh, I need to put chat up here too. I also got to work on this for later on for my normal show. Make all this properties work better here. Make sure you add Jamie Raskin. Yes. Jamie Raskin. Thank you, Gra. I'm going to add him to the word under politicians. Raskin. Oh, wait a minute. We can't forget the spy lover, which is, oh my gosh, I can see the guy's face. Who's the guy who married this or hooked up with the spy? Okay, Forbes billionaire list. The world's richest people. Today's winners and losers. The real-time billionaires list. Elon Musk. He's the richest man in the world, 257.3 billion. Jeff Bezos. You know, okay, how come I didn't think of Jeff Bezos already? Jeff Bezos is definitely in on this list of money, right? I mean, he is so far left, it's not even funny. So let's do this. So with the money men, we're going to have to add Jeff Bezos. So we got Bezos. Okay. Oh, I spelled his name wrong. I don't care. So we got it. So let's do people with money. Jeff Soros. We're going to do Bezos. Who else we got on here? Larry Ellison. We're just going to kind of look through here. Mark Zuckerberg is fourth. And like I said, guys, this is going to be a long process, a very long process. Well, they only show the top four here. The real-time. Okay, so Elon Musk has the most. Okay, so let's look up who this Larry Ellison is guy, right? Or should, no, you know, I'm diverting off. Let's stick with this Ari guy. I need to learn how to type. So I'm so sick of this shit. It's all about what I meant to say. Oh no, it happens all the time. It's all down to New World Order, whatever that is. Yeah, New World Order is another thing we got to look into. So now let's just keep looking into Ari for today. How about we focus our time on Ari alone, or is he too small? Hollywood Democrat, mega donor. See, he's definitely a Democrat. All right, torches President Joe Biden. Now, real quick, so let's talk about this too. While we're on this subject, let's talk about this, okay? He is saying he's basically talking shit about Biden, right? And a lot of them are. A lot of politicians are. A lot of people are. Do you think all these people are talking shit about him because they're realizing that everybody in this world has seen how bad, how stupid Joe Biden was, how he destroyed our country? Swalwell, thank you, Gra. Swalwell. And you know what I'm going to do is this: I'm going to learn more about how to use this mind map program so we can do it real time. But unfortunately, I'm not good with it right now, so I'll have to do some research on it, figure out how to use it. So we're talking about this guy. Why do you think all these politicians, all these people are talking bad about Joe Biden now? Do you think it's that he's just ruined what the Democrats have proposed, has ruined this country? Okay, here I got a scenario. You think Charles Schwab is in there? I'll let Charles Schwab to the money. Charles Schwab. Okay, so I'm gonna do this analogy, whatever. I'm stupid, guys. I'm not very smart. Okay, that's why I'm asking you guys to help, and so we can work together to put this together, right? And you know, maybe we might be able to do it. Maybe it just takes a whole bunch of brains of just regular, normal people that we can put it together. Because maybe the other people are thinking too much in the wrong. So, has anybody here seen the movie Office Space? In the movie, they're all about to get fired and stuff like this, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, and so they decide, hey, I got a plan. You know, the banks always round up, right? And it's like a quarter of a percentage, or like 0.001 of a percentage. They're thinking. Sometimes it's rounded up that little, sometimes it's rounded up more. So they said, you know, the bank keeps that money. That goes in the bank's favor. So what this guy does, he makes a program that instead of sending that 0.00001% or whatever it is, Klaus Schwab. Hold on, let me put Klaus. I don't even know who that is. So they decide, hey, we're going to put this program into the software, and they open up a bank account. And they said, we're going to put whatever that roundup number is. He said it's like pennies at a time. It'll never end up being a lot of money, right? And they put it into an account. Within a day or two, they've got millions and millions of dollars in their pocket. They never thought it was going to get that high that fast, right? So the Democrats want to bring our country down, in my opinion. And they want to make everybody dependent upon everybody else. They want to bring socialism. So we're dependent on them to give us welfare, to give us insurance, to give us food, to give us homes, all that stuff. But they can't they have to slowly do it, right? Because if you do it really fast, we're going to notice what's going on and we're going to see into it. But if there's a slow decline, right, it won't be as bad. And I think they've been putting this measure in progress. But I think the last 4 years since President Biden's been in there, instead of a slow decline, it just went boop and screwed up really bad. And now they're trying to backtrack because they messed up. They did it too fast. And once again, these are just my thoughts and opinion, guys. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm just freaking a dumb. I was a plumber. I went to school to get a degree in media and journalism. Right? I can write. And I can do research. I'm learning how to do. I learned how to do research in college. So this is what we're gonna do. So take what I'm saying here with a grain of salt. So I think that they plan for us to slowly go down, and they've been trying to get the elections to where they can always win. And as long as it's like a casino, right? The casino isn't going to win all the time, but it's in their favor. The Democrats are acting like a casino and just trying to control as much as they can and win as much as they can, and putting the best odds in their favor. And they're doing it, at least in my opinion. So they thought they could do it slowly over time, right? While still making everybody on the Democrat side tons and tons of money. And here's, before where I always tell people the Democratic president is not really the person in charge. They're a figurehead. They're just a figurehead, right? So who's really running? And I used to think Nancy Pelosi, Obama, and stuff, but these people aren't rich enough. They're not rich enough. I don't think they are, unless Nancy Pelosi's got a secret sum of money somewhere. I mean, I know she's probably got tons and tons of shell companies, and all these other people do, right? But the question, that's another question. So, do you think Elon Musk is the richest man in the world in reality, or is he the only one that doesn't put all his money into shell companies and hide it? Those are some questions we need to ask ourselves, right? I mean, maybe Elon Musk really isn't the richest man in the world. Maybe it's just he is so upfront that he's like, I don't need to cheat. I'm already where I'm at. I own all these companies. I'm doing good. Why should I do that, right? That could be a possibility. So maybe there is somebody who's richer than him. Or maybe it's just that there's so many people involved that are getting a piece of the pie that if you put the whole pie together, it'd be worth trillions and trillions of dollars, which is maybe more of a way to think about it. What do you guys think? And can you guys please help me? Am I doing this in the right manner? I know we're going to learn over time better ways to do it, but we're just trying to start off with names and stuff like this. And maybe what we'll do is we'll just start on one day, just researching one person and going all the way down the list. But right now, let's focus. So let's today focus on this guy, Ari Emanuel. That's what I think we're going to focus on today. Okay. Let's play. Oops. Wait a minute. Does Biden does President? I don't think President Trump has ever driven. He's always had limos and stuff, right? Well, that's kind of hard to think about because they don't really drive either one of them. But I think President Trump, if you told him to drive from Beverly Hills to downtown LA, he could do it. But he was a moron. And by the way, guys, I'm showing this stuff. Yes, it's a video. It's not, but it is research. We got to see how he talks, what he says. Let's see if he changes his mind in other places. Remember, he's a Democrat. You know, let's try and fix this. Let's try and fix this. Oh, you can't hear him? Oh, shit. That's right. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on, guys. I forgot you guys can't hear him. Thank you, Groff, for telling me this. Um. Well, then we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna hit copy. We're gonna go over here to. I forgot when I use this program, I can't. So we're gonna go to Safari. And we're gonna go this one instead then. That's right. I'm so sorry, guys. You couldn't hear him. I forgot I was using the wrong program. Okay, so let's watch it again, and then I can fix
out
on
of the
this.
window. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm pissed off at the founding fathers. They had the start date of 35. They just didn't give us the end date. Well, everybody died, so they didn't have to give the end date. I don't want to deal with Donald Trump and what he said was true. It's a given, certain things. I'm not going to talk about CNN. Here's what Biden did. He said he was going to run for one term, and he's doing it to restore democracy. He now runs for a second term. First bit of malarkey, as he would say. Then he says that this is for it's a quintessential thought about saving democracy, and it's so important, etc. His cohorts have told us that he's healthy for over a year. And I think it was 2 weeks ago, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal. And I had a father
Make this just a little bit bigger.
Died at 92, but at 81, I took away his car. And it's a very simple test for me. If you were driving from, anyway, they understand, from downtown Beverly Hills to Malibu, would you want Biden to do it at night? Would you want Trump to do it at night? Or want neither? If the answer is neither,
you guys can hear it now, right?
You cannot have them running a $27 trillion company called the United States.
Okay.
I remember this guy's a Democrat.
We sat in a situation where he went to France for the 80th anniversary and talked about the sacrifice that those soldiers made for us.
Brave soldiers.
So he has said, and his cohorts have said, He's the only one that has defeated Trump. It does seem like Donald Trump said, I'm the only one, I alone can make all these problems go away. And now Biden is saying, I'm the only one that can beat Trump. Seems like it's pretty similar here. And we have a great bench in the Democratic Party. And so we're looking at a man who's saying the other guy's a liar, and he's telling us malarkey. His people are telling us malarkey. But we're in a very bad problem. He is not the candidate anymore. I mean, if you all remember, this is a legal issue now. He was going to get kicked off the ballot in Ohio. They elected him the candidate. So you no longer can remove him. In 3 swing states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, there's only one Democratic Congress, Michigan. They have to vote to remove him. I don't believe the Republican Party in Pennsylvania and in Wisconsin are going to do that. Okay, and if they do, it's then Kamala Harris. We don't have. This is legal, so lawyers have to look at this, and everybody says, "Well, get rid of them," and brokered convention. No. Now maybe the delegate. There's some question whether the delegates can do something, and I promised myself I wasn't going to swear. So this is a pickle. The lifeblood and I have a brother who's a politician. He's an ambassador, as it said. The lifeblood to a campaign.
I know this is boring,
in
guys,
politics, the lifeblood is money.
Yep.
And maybe the only way this gets, with smart lawyers looking at it, is if the money starts drying up. And I'm assuming all of you've gotten a lot of calls. I've gotten a lot of calls. We've all sat there. It was.
Well, I was going to say,
This court
what
is
happens
open.
now?
And
Jeffrey Katzenberg's massive.
if this is as Biden says, the fight for our democracy, and he talks about the soldiers, man, he gave us a bunch of malarkey, and I'm really pissed.
Right.
And we all should be really pissed.
Right. And what does this do to Jeffrey Katzenberg's fundraising?
Well,
efforts in Hollywood?
Jeffrey, you're going to know
Hold
in the
on.
next.
Wait a minute, Jeffrey Katzenberg. We got to add that name now to our list of people with the money. Jeffrey Katzenberg. Jeffrey Katzenberg. That's another money name we got to think about here now.
You're going to see polling. You're going to see in the next couple of weeks if the money comes in. I talked to a bunch of big donors, and they're moving all their money to Congress and the Senate. I cannot believe we're in this situation.
Well, as one of the great disruptors in your career, do we have to sit by and sleepwalk?
It's a legal issue now.
Yeah.
You're not in, I'm going to resign, unless the lawyers tell you something else, and maybe there's some wiggle room. I haven't seen it, and I'm not a lawyer, but we're in fuck city.
Okay, I'm glad we got to that.
Okay, so now that you guys heard that, let's try thinking about this through again. Why he's a Democrat? Why is he now going after Joe Biden and saying he's not what's right for us? So I was explaining earlier, because a couple people showed up now. Maybe you guys can think about this as well. Joe. So my goal is, or not my goal, but what I think the goal of the Democrat Party is this. They want to make it to where everybody is dependent upon them to live. They want everybody on Social Security or welfare. They want everybody on housing. They want everybody on food stamps, right? They want to be able to control that. And the only way that they do that is they got to stay in charge more often. And if you think about the movie Office Space and stuff, well, I'll get to there. But I think they were, they planned this as a slow demise, right? So we wouldn't notice it. What is it they say? If you have a dog on a leash and you slowly take out one link at a time, they're not going to notice that you're shortening their chain. That's what they're trying to do to us, right? But then when they came, so Donald Trump had moved that chain and extended that chain so far in the 4 years that he was president, and they didn't change their strategy. They didn't, change their starting, and so they went right back down. Hey, Pamela. So the Democrats went right back down to the bottom, or I mean, right back to where they were, thinking that nobody would notice. But Donald Trump had put such a big gap between where the Democrats left off and they're now having to start at, that it seemed like there was just a huge downturn and everybody recognized it. And I think that was the Democrats' mistake. Once again, this is just thoughts in my head. This is my opinions. I could be wrong. I could be right. I could be partially right. Who the heck knows? So they did this such a big jump that everybody noticed. We're like, holy shit, look at how the gas prices changed by $2. Food went from, $200 would buy you a whole car full of food. The $200 would buy you like 3 shopping bags, right? Inflation is just out of their mind because I don't think the Democrats realized how much better things were under Donald Trump, right? A frog in slow boiling water. Thank you, Graw. That's the one I'm thinking about it. They slowly turn it up into up, right? So now they have to backtrack. So now, they threw Hillary under the bus, they threw Bernie under the bus. Well, they're throwing Joe Biden under the bus. And this is why, another reason why I don't think they're the president. Joe Biden is so freaking stupid. He was just a face. And then now they're putting up Kamala Harris, who people hate even more, just because they think she's going to win because she is supposedly a black woman. She's a woman, so they think they're going to get the women vote. And she's saying she's black. I don't know if she is or not. Even though her parents are not black, she might have some black in her somewhere, and we're not including Willie Brown being inside of her, all right? But that's why they picked her. And all she is there to do is just repeat whatever they tell you. I mean, look at all of the Democrats. When one says something about Donald Trump, they all say they use the exact same phrase, the exact same word. It's like they have a mass email that goes out to every Democrat. All right, today we're going to say Donald Trump did this. And the next say, hey, we're going to say today, use this sentence. This is the sentence we're going to use for Donald J. Trump today. So we got to figure out who the hell is in charge of the party. And we're just going through all this different stuff so we can learn. So this guy says right here, this is July 28th, Dana White, president, pretends he controls everything that is done in the UFC until his time, his Zionist commander-in-chief, Ari Emanuel. So this is the guy we're working on looking up right now. Ari Emanuel tells him to dance. Whose father was a legit terrorist in occupied Palestine. Okay, I don't know if this is true or not, but this is what Nervin said. It says Ari Emanuel's father was a legit terrorist in occupied Palestine. So we're going to write this down in our notes on Ari. We go to Word. His dad was a confirmed, or was a terrorist in occupied Palestine. Was a terrorist in occupied Palestine. So now what we can do is we can go to the next one over here. Let's add a new one. And look who his dad was. Ari Emanuel, father. Let's see who his dad is. Benjamin Emanuel. Let's look up who this guy is. His father, Jerusalem-born Benjamin Emanuel, was a pediatrician who was active in the urgent. Oh, you guys can't see all that. Darn it. Okay. Well, I guess I can. You're not going to see all that. Darn it. Make chat a touch bigger. I can't make chat bigger. If I make chat bigger, then it's going to take up the whole entire screen and then nobody can see anything else. I can try. I mean, whoops, I'm on the wrong thing here. Hold on a second. See, if I make chat bigger, it's going to take up a lot more of the stuff here. But I'll do it. Let's go to this one. And we'll go here. And then maybe we can see better about them. Here we go. There we go. Now you can read that better, right? Pamela says, She's stupider. Probably not a word, but she is. Oh, Kamala. Yeah, you're talking about Kamala. All right. How about, is that big enough for you guys? I don't know how much more bigger I can do it because it's already taken up a lot of the screen. Let me see what I can do here. I can do it like this, but you're only going to see like one or two. Is that okay? What do you guys think about that? All right. So this Benjamin Emmanuel guy, which, oh wait, I'm on the wrong thing. Here we go. His father is Jerusalem-born Benjamin M. Emmanuel was a pediatrician who was active in the Ingrid and Mandatory Palestine. His mother, Marcia Emmanuel, was a civil rights activist and the one-time owner of a Chicago area rock and roll club. Interesting. Let's just see what they're saying. The problem is you can't trust Wikipedia, right? Because I'm pretty sure they're liberal, and not only that, like in college, we're not allowed to. Oh, I was reading a text. Okay, so born to a Jewish family, was raised in Wilmette, Illinois. His brother, who was the brother of former mayor of Chicago, his brother was the mayor of Chicago. Interesting. Presidential chief of staff and U.S. ambassador to Japan, Ralph Emanuel, is his brother. Was a politician and diplomat currently serving United States ambassador to Japan, a member of the Democratic Party. He represented Illinois in the United States House of Representatives. His brother is an oncologist. His father is Jerusalem-born. He's a pediatrician. Let's see, relatives. Let's look up his dad. Well, that's his brother. That's his brother. Ezekiel, where's his dad? They don't say anything about his dad here. Well, let's look more over here then, on this side. Oops, wrong one. So let's see what they're saying there. So that's Conor McGregor talking shit to him, apparently. All right, so let's look at this one here real quick. Oh wait, you guys are on the wrong one again. Sorry. I'm at Chrome. What the heck am I doing here? Oh, that's why it's going to do that. It's going to look like that. Okay, so we're going to go to here then instead. And we can see everything. And that's not Chrome. That's the Safari. Okay. Okay. We're back. So we're looking at Ari Emanuel stuff here. That was just Ari Emanuel's net worth. Let's stick with Chrome. Why are we on the wrong page? I'm in Safari. That's why. Here we go. Here we go. Now I got it. She's stupid or probably not as word. So let's look at this one here, which we should look at in this way. So this stuff says right here, if we read this a little bit, that's the video we just watched. Endeavor CEO Ari Emanuel says Sam Altman is a con man and that Elon Musk gave him a lot of money to create a nonprofit only for OpenAI to be turned into a for-profit company, and we should not trust them to take sufficient. So this was July 8th. So he's mad. He's already mad at Elon Musk, right? So see what this says.
I don't know why I would trust him. I don't know why we would trust these people. As it relates to Sam Altman, I think he's a con man. I think that, the old shucks thing, I don't know, started out with Elon, gave him a lot of money, supposed to be nonprofit. Now he's making a lot of money. I don't know why I would trust him. I don't know why we would trust these people. And they're very smart. And there's probably, you just have to weigh the following.
But Donnie,
For
some
all the
treats.
stuff they're saying that could be great. And I think it is. Healthcare,
Panda.
new discoveries, a lot of great stuff. And we have to figure that out. And this is where the regulation has come. I looked at a whole host and thought about a whole host of stuff that's bad. So you're telling me you've done the calculation and the good outweighs the bad. Really?
Okay, that doesn't tell us much. But now this one a little bit more tells us stuff. It says Elon's friends Ari Emanuel. So Sean Diddy Combs signs with WME, teamed with Endeavor on pipeline program for aspiring industry executives. The mobile has recruited high-profile speakers like Endeavor CEO Ari Emanuel and a handful of top comedians like Amazon Studios, Amazon Studios, liberal Puffy, to join the diversity pipeline. Let's see what happens when we make this bigger. See, that messes you guys up. How about now? You guys don't see it that way. Not that one. Okay, that doesn't work for you guys. I was trying to make it better for me. So Diddy, Puff Daddy is part of the. We gotta look into Puff Daddy. So let's look into Puff Daddy, who, as you all know, is in jail right now for doing some very bad things. But it says, let's always remember this is my final tweet. I don't know who, Kanye West. Oh, that's Kanye, okay. Remember the Kanye West last tweet before he got nuked? Is he trying to tell us something more with it? Now search for Ari Emanuel wedding and see his guest list. It's not surprising Elon Musk is quite about it. Let's open this in a new tab. Let's look up P. Diddy's client list. Flew $65,000 worth of pizza and hot dogs to DC. Hold on. What about the freak off tapes? I bet you'll never see the P. Diddy client list, same as you'll never see the Epstein client list because it's anti-Semitic. Here is what Kanye West messaged to Diddy. By the way, I disagree with Jesus was a Jew. Jews murdered him like they murder Palestinians. We're not going to get into that stuff right now. So it says, N-word, send me an address. Let's stop playing these internet games and don't feel threatened. You'll be fine. Just love. This ain't a game. I'm going to use you as an example to show the Jewish people that told you to call me that one can threaten, influence me. I told you this was war. Now gone, get some business. So that is from Puff. I don't know how true this is, right? I mean, anybody can fake this stuff. Anyone can fake this stuff. What does this one here say? So according to reports, Puff Daddy has been placed on suicide watch. Is Hillary Clinton going to get him? Do you think so? Do you think she's going to get him? We have the Clintons in our list already, people. Yeah, we do. So Sean Diddy Combs revealed to be among investors in Elon Musk X lot. This kind of worries me. So we don't know that this is true. Follow me down the rabbit hole. I don't know. It says the company was ordered by a court to publicly share a list of its investors in a lawsuit seeking payment for arbitration-related expenses. It says Elon Musk has some P. Diddy on there. This week from Face the Nation. When was this made? 5 hours ago, okay. So now they're trying to show pictures of P. Diddy with Donald Trump. Everybody wanted to be with P. Diddy back then, and Donald Trump. Anyway, let's get back on Ari Emanuel. We're supposed to be sticking to Ari Emanuel. We're just writing down names for later on to look out. By the way, guys, I'm just looking for help. You guys can tell me if we're going down the wrong rabbit hole. It takes a whole bunch of minds to figure this stuff out, and I'm hoping you guys will help me. Ari Emanuel, the man who owns Hollywood, just got more powerful. The David Rubenstein Show. The David Rubenstein Show. We got to look this up now. Let's see what's on the David Rubenstein Show. Let's go over here. David Rubenstein Show or Stein, whatever it is. Ari Emanuel. We're started with Hollywood, right? This was 2 years ago.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story with a professional website that reflects who you are and what you have to offer.
Oh, darn it. I'm on the wrong page again. Sorry. Gosh darn it. I keep doing that. Sorry, y'all. I got so many different windows open. No, I'm on the right page. It's just not showing it. Okay.
Customize every element of your website.
Let's see if I can show this to you. Is that too loud for you guys? Yeah, it's very loud.
This is my kitchen table and also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate.
Firm representing, among others, Mark
Here we go.
Emanuel is today one of the most important figures in the entertainment industry. In the mid-1990s, he started Endeavor and built it into being a leading talent agency firm representing, among others, Martin Scorsese. Today, he's built Endeavor into being one of the leading entertainment and sports conglomerates in the world. I sat down with Ari in his offices in New York to discuss the entertainment industry and his firm's future in it.
Just trying to fix this real quick, guys.
You were a talent agent for much of your professional career, but now you're running a multinational, multi-billion-dollar sports entertainment conglomerate. So what's it like running a multinational sports company that's public as opposed to being a talent agent?
For me, it really feels
Okay, this is
natural
nothing we
right
need to
now.
look at.
It's definitely different because it's bigger. It's everything I've ever dreamed of. I still do.
I don't think this is something we need to look into. Let's keep doing our research on Ari Emanuel. Number 10, Ari Emanuel. I don't know what that means. And Tyler Perry and Ari Emanuel. Let's make these bigger. Writer, actor, director, producer Tyler Perry knows the best for his writers and what's best for them. Apparently, is he churn out sitcom strips without union protection of representation. The Writers Guild of America West. That's nothing. But he's with Ari, it looks like. Let's see. Ari Emanuel's WD ends a better 2-year feud with Hollywood writers. Why do they need writers for WWE? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's fake. Man, this is really pissing me off because so like on Twitter, I can make it look really good here, but then when I click on something, you guys can't see it. Let's go over here and let's look up Ari Emanuel's client list or Endeavor's client list. ENDEA client list. Let me see if I can get the bigger one. Hold on. Gosh darn it. I'm not really good with doing all this for you guys. I'm trying to do my best, but it's not working out great. It only shows half of it. Here we go. You guys can see that. Okay. William Morris Endeavor clients. So we have Jennifer Walsh. Who the hell is Jennifer Walsh? Patrick Whitesnell, Ben Affleck, Democrat. Jessica Alba, Democrat. Christian Bale, I don't know what he is. Kate Beckinsale, Matt Damon, Democrat. Jennifer Garner, probably Whoopi Goldberg, Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake Gyllenhaal, is he? I don't know how much of a Democrat he is. Kate Hudson, Hugh Jackman, John Krasinski, Jude Law, Sienna Miller, Conan O'Brien, definite leftist, Ellen Page, Joaquin Phoenix, Amy Schumer, big time liberal. Oh, here we go. Let's click on their talent agency list right here. Let's look at their full list. Jennifer Randolph Walsh, Ben Affleck, Christian Bale, Kate Beckinsale, Matt Damon, Jennifer Garner, Whoopi Goldberg. So let's copy these real quick, so I can add them to my list of people. And look up Denzel Washington. Is he a big time liberal? I don't know. Okay, we got that saved over there. One more. Let's see. Bill's list of total globe. I don't know who this Bill guy is. Varieties list. Anyways, okay, so let's go back over here to Ari stuff. Ari Emanuel, you say, bro, stop. Rubin speaks with legendary agent Ari Emanuel about starting his agency. So this guy, Ari Emanuel, is a big time supporter of the Democrat. He's in charge of, it looks like 80% of Hollywood from what I've read so far. Let's see what Candace Owens says. I didn't know Ari Emanuel held this anti-Semitic perspective because anyone who can see that Bibi's policies have harmed the worldwide outlook on Israel can be nothing more than anti-Semitic. So let's see what this video shows here.
We are a people whose Bible tells us to treat the stranger like one of our own, who should turn the sides of the corners of the field for the orphan and the widow, who should help. We are the ones that helped during the civil rights movement in this country, like when Andrew Goodman
Guys,
and
throw me
Michael
who I need to look
Schwerner
up here.
gave up their lives for the cause in Mississippi on June 24th, 1964. We're charitable people, but Bibi Netanyahu is fundamentally selfish. The cost of giving this man what he wants has become far too great for far too many people. Reputations can be...
For those of you just getting here, by the way, we have found, not proof, but we have found somebody saying that his dad was a big-time Palestinian terrorist. Not 100% sure that's true or not, but that's what was been said.
A lot more quickly and easily than they can be repaired. And Netanyahu has tarnished a legacy that does not belong to him. For the good of Israel, he should go. So should his extremists in his cabinet, who are inciting violence in the West Bank and have tried to undermine democracy in Israel. There's no contradiction in saying that Israel is justified.
Yeah, you know, guys, I know this stuff is boring, and you as a researcher, you have to look through all the boring stuff. And once again, like I'm trying to explain, this is a group thing here. I can't afford to pay people to do all this research, but if we can do it together, you know, you might hear something that I don't hear. Pamela might hear something that we don't hear. Gra might hear something that we don't hear. Tony Hey Munkus might hear something else. It's a boring thing. But if we want to help out our country, we need to do all this research. So if you find something, email me, eddieblockfilms@gmail.com. Say, hey, Eddie, check this out. Or tell me up above in the chat, right?
In fighting for to free the hostages and destroy Hamas. That we should mourn the deaths of Palestinian civilians and to minimize casualties. That we should bring to justice.
Okay, I can agree we mourn the Palestinians, the ones who are not part of all this stuff, the civilians, yeah.
The settlers who commit violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. And to call...
But you know, the left is all about the Palestinians. The left is not pro-Israel. They're all pro-Palestinian. Which is another thing we got to look into. Why are they so pro-Palestinian? Maybe the money's coming from Palestine. What do you guys think? Maybe that's... Don't you find it weird that they're all pro-Palestine and anti-Israel and anti-Jew, anti-Semitic? Why? Why does a whole entire group, they're all leftists, they're all pro-Palestine, they're all pro-BLM, they're all pro, getting rid of cops, they're all pro take away your freaking guns, right? All the Democrats are on the same page on all these things. So that's what we need to. Why do they want to take away our guns? Well, remember, Hitler wanted to take away the guns so that way he could control everybody because he would have guns. They want to take away our guns so they can control us with their guns. You know, the other night, Kamala Harris said, yeah, I have guns. How much you want to bet if they put all these rules in order, if she becomes president, they don't take away her fucking guns. They take away ours, but not hers. Right? This stuff is so important that we gotta work with, you know? Trying to see what page I was on here before. I wasn't on any of these.
And to call for new leadership in Israel that will eliminate Hamas, but also find a political solution in the region. Indeed, these are all just causes and moral imperatives, and they're all interconnected. Israel will never truly be secure with Bibi Netanyahu in charge. It is up to the Israeli people to choose their own leader. Israel is a democracy, but as Jews, we have a stake in this. We also have a responsibility to...
How can he be a Jew and be pro-Palestine? There's no Palestine in that area. History from way back says a lot. Interesting, Pamela.
Speak out. We are called to repair the world. Tikkun Olam, or as Elie Wiesel said, sometimes you must interfere. We recently celebrated Passover. We learned that a strong and just leader can guide our people to security and freedom, but following false idols and weak and selfish leaders brings us only chaos and destruction. Today.
So here's what I don't get. His dad is a Palestinian terrorist, according to what it says on, we read earlier, and he's Jewish. Jews and Palestinians, if I'm correct, they don't get along, right?
As always, Israel needs a wise, just leader. The time has come to move past Bibi Netanyahu. Thank you for the time.
Whoa, there's somebody. Hold on, there's somebody up there at my freaking. Somebody up in my mailbox, up at my top of my driveway, looking and trying to get into my mailbox. And they're gone now. Hold on. It just showed it on my watch. There's two people up there looking. Two kids. Hold on. You know what, guys? I'm going to show you guys something to watch. I'm going to put something on there. I'm going to go find these two little kids real quick that are just screwing around with my house. Let me find a video you guys can watch. Here, we'll watch this. I'll be right back. I got to go see who these fucking kids are messing with my house. Maybe that's not it either. Maybe that's not it. I gotta go find these kids real quick. Son of a bitch. Fucking people fucking with my house. Where's a video we can watch? Sorry guys, I'm in a rush. I got people fucking checking out my house. Hold on. What about this one? We'll play this for you guys. And I'll be right back. I gotta go see.
ShipStation takes the hassle out of shipping.
It increased our efficiency incredibly. ShipStation really gave us
the ability so people can't steal shit. Because I'm in the middle of the mountain. Okay, I'll be right back. Be right back.
This is my kitchen table and also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing.
Well, I watch your interviews, so I know how to do some interviews.
I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate with him. I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world, is that right? Ari Emanuel is today one of the most important figures in the entertainment industry. In the mid-1990s, he started Endeavor and built it into being a leading talent agency firm, representing, among others, Martin Scorsese. Today, he's built Endeavor into being one of the leading entertainment and sports conglomerates in the world. I sat down with Ari in his offices in New York to discuss the entertainment industry and his firm's future in it.
So you were a talent agent for much of your professional career, but now you're running a multinational, multi-billion-dollar sports entertainment conglomerate. So what's it like running a multinational sports company that's public as opposed to being a talent agent?
For me, it really feels natural right now. It's definitely different because it's bigger. It's everything I've ever dreamed of. I still do a lot of work with clients on the talent side, whether it be writer, director, actors, etc. But then there's the portion of my life where you're dealing with investors, you're dealing with how to grow the business, where you want to go. A great training ground has been the talent agency business because you have to build a business for your clients. You have to make sure that they're happy. And now I'm doing all that, plus doing stuff for the company, but also making sure that the shareholders are happy.
So you have to deal with quarterly earnings now, and
Yes.
that's a bit of a pain sometimes, people would say.
I don't really find it a pain. I don't know why. And I guess John Donahoe from Nike said to me one time, well, when the earnings are good, it's an easy process, and they've been good for 5 quarters now. So right now, I feel good about the process. So we'll see. Maybe I'm feeling good where we sit and where the future looks, but I haven't experienced the downside of that conversation.
Talk about the future of the entertainment business. Where do you think it's going? You think there's going to be movie theaters forever, or everything will be streamed at some point? And as somebody who represents talent, what are you telling talent about where they should be putting their efforts?
When we started the agency, March 29th, 1995, you know what everybody said? There's going to be no more dramas and no more television. So here's what I would say to you. Distribution is going to change and going to expand. There's going to be new technology that come into our business. When the movie business happened, then DVDs, I mean, it just keeps on expanding. Now you have digital, you have influencers, etc. The theatrical business is as important as it's ever been. Is it going to be a $9.3 billion business? No, maybe it'd be an $8 billion business. I'm not sure, but it's not going away. And anybody that says to you, and I won't name names, that says the movie business is over, are fools. The movie business is not over. The television business is not over. We have new verticals, which is content on gambling, social content. It is just an expanding world. And so I think as everybody's now on the demand side of the business, fighting over distribution and content, I've made a decision, and we've made a decision as a company, to be on the supply side. And there's very few suppliers. And in the end, the brands we own, whether it be the UFC, bull riding now, Barrett Jackson, and all the other frees, or the clients we represent that we're helping them become brands and companies, are going to be more valuable in the future than less valuable. Because as distribution expands and you have the supply side of that equation, and there's very few suppliers, economics improve.
So during COVID, the production of TV shows and movies kind of went down to almost nothing. So what did a firm like yours do, because you didn't have a lot of representation you could do?
Well, in the first 3 or 4 months, like most firms, cut costs, cut people, put people, on hiatus. It was a horrible time because I'd never gone through this, and I don't think anybody has gone through this. But the funny thing is, by the end, we had started working through it on the representation side and the event side. We did about 75% of our economics, even during COVID. We figured it out by the end. On PBR at the time in UFC, PBR was actually the first sport back. And the head of it, Sean, kind of figured that out, how to do it with testing, et cetera. And then Dana was very quickly right behind that. And Dana calls me up. He said, "Get me an island." I said, "What?" He said, "Get me an island. I'm going to put on fights." And he was like, "We're going. Nobody's getting laid off." He's an incredible executive. And I said, "Okay." I didn't know what to do. And then, as because I've seen you in Abu Dhabi, Haldoon called me, and he said, because there was rumors about this, and he says, why don't you come here? We'll give you an island.
All right, I'm back.
We'll
Sorry.
figure out economics. And I called up Dana and I said, here's the situation. Here's the economics.
That was weird.
We're going. And we set up in Abu Dhabi.
Here, let's see. Let's look something up here real quick. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. It's ring.com. It doesn't show my passwords or nothing, so it don't matter. Two 7-1 521. So let's see. I'll show you. No devices. What are you talking about? History. Maybe it's on history. All cameras. No. What the heck? It's on my phone. I wonder if I can show you. Okay, so that's me going. It's two kids, so let me show you this somehow. So I tried to go see him. Look, there's two kids. See that box? That's the box where I put where like if there's packages too big to fit in the mailbox that they put. So watch this. See, they see there's a camera and they go running away. See that? I'll play it one more time for you. So they're going to try and come steal something, and then they see the camera. So I went everywhere. I mean, I even went up top of the hill up there to see if they were up there. I went all over looking for the little fuckers. I couldn't see them. So they were in a car. Because there's no way they could have gotten away that fucking quickly. Ugh, I hate fucking thieves. I hate thieves. Even though they're little kids. I'm going to have to post this on our local stuff. Does anybody know these kids? Because it looks like they're trying to try and steal something from our property and then ran away. That's exactly what it looks like. I'm going to post their picture up on Nextdoor or something. Hollywood. So anyway, let's get back to this. Sorry, guys. I had to go figure something out here. So more Ari stuff. What were you saying while I was gone? Tell him get off my lawn. You think that a guy could afford pants that fit? Oh, you're talking about that Ollie guy? So let's see. So copy editor ChatGPT adds Ari Emanuel to the list of things AI cannot replace. What does that mean? Hold on. This really drives me nuts. I gotta have to figure out other ways to do this. Okay, so look, it says Biden's loudest critics have come from Hollywood, not from the Democrat Party's other coastal donor based on Wall Street. After George Clooney's op-ed in the New York Times, actors Rob Reiner, he's a fucking joke, and Michael Douglas, Netflix co-founder Reed Hastings, and Endeavor CEO Ari Emanuel all expressed concerns about the president's chances. We are in fuck city, is what they say. I don't know. Could we be going down the wrong rabbit hole about this Ari guy? Hey, Ari Emanuel, please get a shepherd's hook to pull the fucking grifters, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle off stage. Ari Emanuel, the power agent who runs the PR agency William Morris Endeavor, which briefly represented, well, that's all just stuff about Markle. Dana White talks Ari Emanuel getting them out of a deal they had with HBO. Ari Emanuel, John Feldheimer, Whoopi Goldberg, Taraj Henson, Matt John are also part of the committee. What committee? Here's why the Sussexes are part of this. Oh, it's more about, who cares about those two? Lady Muck, Wiccan. How, okay, let's go back and let's do more research. Let's start on BlackRock. I don't know about this Ari guy, but let's look what BlackRock is. So BlackRock, let's go to their official webpage. Only the required ones. About BlackRock in the US, so only in the US. We're an asset manager and one of the world's leading providers of investment, advisory, and risk management solutions. We're a fiduciary to our clients, and by investing on their behalf, we will help millions of hardworking Americans experience financial well-being. Wait a minute. Isn't BlackRock the company that buys up all the property so that way they can rent it to people, and they're taking away all the housing so nobody else can buy it? Isn't that what BlackRock's about? Funds, mutual funds, investment strategies, fixed income, fundamental. Okay, inside about us, about BlackRock. Let's see what they tell us what they want us to know. How about, let's start with there. About BlackRock. We're an asset manager. Why BlackRock? More and more investors put their trust in BlackRock, in large part because we offer more choices than the other firm in our industry. Our global platform is designed to help our clients become better positioned to meet financial goals. I zoomed in on here or something. What does BlackRock do? We make investing easier and affordable for more Americans.
My name is Petrushka Bazin Larson. As a small business owner, I wanted a secure personal financial foundation. I learned if you invest early, you have options in the future. Knowing that my self-directed investments are working hard makes it easier for us to focus on what we're trying to build here.
Share. Okay, I'm trying to share this thing. So we invest in our clients' money in local communities to help them prosper. We help our clients invest money. So let's, this is all their fake mumbo jumbo. Let's look up BlackRock. Let's see what else we can look at about them. We're not going to read their website because, that's their website. Let's see how close Wikipedia is. An American multinational investment company founded in 1988, initially as an enterprise risk management and fixed income history. BlackRock was founded in 1988. 1988. So 1988 to now, that's 40 minus 4. So what? 36 years? Is this 36 years? To provide clients. By 1992, Blackstone had a stake in equal about 36% of the company. Hold on. So these people worked together at First Boston, where Fink and his team were pioneers in the mortgage-backed securities market. He had lost $90 million as head of First Boston. That experience was motivation to develop what he and others considered to be excellent risk management fiduciary practices. So Peter Pearson of the Blackstone Group, who believed in Fink's vision of a firm devoted to risk management, they called it Blackstone Financial Management in exchange for 50% of the stake in the bond business. Blackstone initially gave Fink and his team $5 million credit line. Within months, the business had turned profitable, and by 1989, the group's asset had quadrupled to $2.7 billion. So they started out with $5 million. How do you go from $5 million to $2.7 billion in 1 year? $5 million to $2.7 million in 1 year. By 1992, Blackstone had a stake equaling about 30% of the company. At the end of 1994, BlackRock was managing $53 billion. Let's see, in 1990, BlackRock became a public company selling shares at $14 each. By the end of 1999, they were managing $165 billion. So they went from anyways, in 2000, in the direction of Charles Halleck. Let's see. In October 2007, BlackRock was acquired the fund of funds business of Quellos Capital Management. In 2009, they acquired R3 Capital Management for $1.5 billion. In 2009, they were retained by the U.S. Treasury Department to analyze, unwind, and price the toxic assets that were owned by Bear Stearns, American International Group, Freddie Mac. So listen to this. So BlackRock was retained by the U.S. Treasury Department. Hold on, I gotta put that on my freaking list here. Under BlackRock. Here we go. Where is BlackRock? I thought I had it on here. Okay, so BlackRock. The U.S. Treasury. What was the word again? U.S. Treasury Department. Retain them to analyze and unwind. So here's an issue right here. Look at this. BlackRock was retained by the U.S. Treasury Department to analyze, unwind, and price toxic assets. So BlackRock was just in 2009 welcome in to the United States Treasury and had lots and lots of information about the United States money. This is scary. This is very scary. Then the Federal Reserve allowed BlackRock to superintend the $130 billion debt settlement of Bear Stearns and International Group. Oh, wow. We got to look into this. We definitely need to look into this. So we also got to look into Freddie Mac. I'm just going to copy this whole entire thing here and put it all right here. This is something that we need to know. What the heck did I just do? Okay, that's what I did. Okay. In February of 2010, to raise capital needed during the financial crisis, Barclays sold its Barclays Global Investors Unit, which included the exchange-traded to fund business iShares, to BlackRock. So BlackRock now owns freaking Barclays. And if you guys don't know what Barclays is a huge banking source. They're a credit card company. They're actually the credit card company that Apple was using for a lot of money. April 1st, BlackRock was added as a component of the S&P 500. Fortune listed BlackRock on its annual list of 50 most admired companies. BlackRock's $4 trillion under management made it the world's biggest assets manager. So it's controlling $4 trillion of assets, meaning stocks and such like that, right? $4 trillion. So they can control which company makes money, which company doesn't make money. At the end of 2014, the Sovereign Wealth Fund Institute reported that 65% of BlackRock's assets under management were made up of institutional investors. An institutional investor is an entity that pools money to purchase securities, real property, and other investments, assets, or originate loans. They include commercial banks, central banks, credit unions, government-linked companies. So, what do you guys think? Do you think this means they're running the company they're running the assets of all these banks, right? So they may not be the company that owns all this stuff, but they run them. And they probably have a big percentage of the banks that they're working for. They probably have tons and tons of stocks in it, right? This is what I'm thinking. This is just what our thoughts are. In March of 2017, BlackRock, after a 6-month review led by Mark Wiseman, initiated restructuring of its $8 billion actively managed fund business, resulting in the departure of 7 portfolio managers and a $25 million charge in their second quarter, replacing certain funds with quantitative investment strategies. iShares business accounted for $1.4 trillion, or 26% of BlackRock's total. So 1.4 million is about a quarter, a little more than a quarter. So times that by 4. So it's like 6 trillion, $7 trillion. That's a lot. $7 trillion is a lot of freaking money. In 2020, in January, PFC Financial Services sold its stake in BlackRock for $14.4 billion. In March 2020, the Federal Reserve chose BlackRock to manage 2 corporate bond buying programs in response to COVID-19. BlackRock itself is a stock, right? It is. So look here. In March of 20, in response to COVID-19, the $500 billion primary market corporate facility and the second market corporate credit facility, as well as purchased by the Federal Reserve of commercial mortgage-backed securities guaranteed by Government National Mortgage Association, Fannie Mae, and or Freddie Mac. In 2020, BlackRock received approval from the China Securities Regulation Commission to set up a mutual fund business in the country. This made BlackRock the first global asset manager to get consent from Chinese government. Whoa, this is huge. This is freaking huge here. Hold on. I got to put this in our little section here over in Word. So now, it's in your bundle. Well, you know what? Hey, you might as well make money off them, right? So think about this. BlackRock is controlling the Federal Reserve mortgage-backed securities, which is Fannie Mae, the Government National Mortgage Association, or Freddie Mac. And then they're working with China. Now, this makes a lot of sense here now. This makes a lot of sense now. So think about it. BlackRock, the people that have tried to kill. So we gotta write this down. I gotta mark this time. What time are we at on here? How long have I been streaming? Let's say 2 hours. Okay. Let me write this down so I can check it out. 2 hours in BlackRock. So I can separate this out, and we can put this in a separate thing. So BlackRock is the company that both Trump shooters that we know right now were in their videos, right? Ryan Ralph was in one of the videos. And let's look it up here. That's BlackRock. Let's go to X here. Let's search for BlackRock, and then Ryan. I forget how to spell his name. It'll pop up probably right away. Here it is. So the latest would-be Trump assassin. Oh wait, you guys can't see it all because the chat's in the way. This is why I got to figure out the best place to put this chat for y'all. Okay, so let's move this down here. So the latest would-be Trump assassin, Ryan Ralph, also appeared in a BlackRock commercial just like Thomas Crooks. Okay, so this is very interesting. So look, let's watch this little.
The action is to appeal to what leaders.
There he is, right there.
What organization?
Hold on, there he was, right there. Let me move this up so I can see it better.
Leaders.
Who is that right there? Who is that, folks? That is Ryan Ralph. Ryan Ralph, right there. Thank you, 202 exactly. Thank you, Pamela. Ryan Routh is in this one, right? And then, well, that's him, but where's Crooks? Crooks, and here is Crooks. They don't show the one with Crooks. Okay, so let's do the Crooks. You've seen that, right? You guys have seen this one with Crooks in there. There's the BlackRock.
Ryan DeLallo.
Ah, you're not going to see it all. Darn it. Let me see if I got one where you can see it all. Yeah, we don't. Hold on. Is it this one where you guys can see everything? No. Oh, here you go. Now you can see it all. Let's play this real quick here. And I'll stop it when
I teach AP and honors economics.
There's Crooks right here. See right here in the middle. There's Crooks. That's Crooks when the black shirt underneath the teacher's hand. Let's see if we can make it bigger. That's what she said. We can make it a little bit bigger. So there's Crooks right there in a black
in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Financial well-being to me is knowing that I can be free to do the things that I love to do.
So BlackRock manages retirement plan assets for over a third of the U.S. public school teachers. Look, BlackRock manages retirement plan for over a third of the U.S. public school teachers. Aren't we talking about how the teachers are all liberal too, right? Teachers are liberal as well. Most of them are. My sister is a teacher who wasn't. Let me add this to our word. Teachers funds or investments are also by BlackRock. Interesting. My mouse is messing up. I need to get a new mouse. Yes.
I hope when I retire someday, they say that guy made this place a special place to come to school.
Oh, wait, there he was. There was Crooks again.
I hope when I retire someday.
So this is Crooks right here again. This kid in the black. I know it's blurry. You can't see it, but that's Crooks. That's Crooks right there. So yes, Pamela. So the teachers union's involved, right? With BlackRock, Fannie Mae, Sally Mae and Freddie Mac are involved. This is a lot.
To come to school and gave as much as he could to help the community.
Way too much. Way too much. Okay, let's get back to here now. Yeah, I think they basically own the teachers union, Gra. And by the way, Gra, I do have Discord open, and I'm in Team Voice. So if anybody wants to join us and talk about this stuff we're learning right now. So now it says in November 21, BlackRock lowered its investment in India. So they're investing in India too, increasing its investment in China. The firm maintains a dedicated India fund, though, which it invests in Indian startups. So we got to look up these Indian startups too. Why did they keep only these startups up? We're going down a rabbit hole here, guys. Big time rabbit hole. Okay, so then December 22, it was announced that BlackRock and Vladimir Zelensky, Zelensky has coordinated a role for the company in the reconstruction of the Ukrainians. So Russia is going after the Ukraine, but the Ukraine is working with no one. Oh my goodness. Look at this. So think about this, folks. The Ukraine, why do President Biden, all the Democrats want us to give more and more and more money to the Ukraine, right? And they can, once we give that money to them, they can do whatever the fuck they want with it, right? Like, they say, hey, if if you can't get mad at what somebody does with the money that you give them because you gave it to them. Once it's left your hands and goes to that person's hand, they can do whatever the hell they want with it. So they keep pushing and pushing the government or us to give more money to Ukraine, who then is going to give it to BlackRock to fix up the reconstruction of Ukraine. Are we not? Are you guys seeing this link now? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Does this make sense to you guys? How much you want to bet all the politicians have stock in BlackRock? Somehow, some way, maybe it's their shell company, maybe it's something else. Wow, okay. So on December 28th, 2022, it was announced that BlackRock, oh, we just read that part. In 2023, the company was hired to sell $114 billion in assets of Signature Bank and Silicon Valley Bank after the banking crisis. Did I put this in notes real quick? No, I didn't. Okay, let me copy. Let me put it over in our on more information on BlackRock. So in June 2023, BlackRock filed an application with the SEC to launch a spot Bitcoin exchange fund, and in November 2023, filed another application for Ethereum, the spot Bitcoin ETF, filing and other ones. In July 2023, the company appointed Amin Nasser, the president and CEO of Saudi Arabia's Aramco, the world's second largest oil producer. He became acting. So now this guy is part of BlackRock. We got to take this and put this in our information board over here too. Okay. And you wonder why, oil, like I said, search what politicians have money in China. You're right, Gra. You're right. In August 2023, BlackRock signed an agreement with New Zealand to establish a $2 billion investment fund for solar, wind, and green hydrogen battery storage and EV charging projects. What is another thing the politicians are trying to push now? We all got to go green. We all got to get into solar and wind farms. We all have to get going, with electric vehicles. And now BlackRock is putting money and investing in money in this. Kind of funny how this all goes along with what the Democrats want. It says in January 2024, BlackRock announced that it would acquire the investment fund Global Infrastructure Partners for $12.5 billion. BlackRock agreed to pay $3 billion in cash and $12 million of its own shares as part of the deal. And what are their shares right now? Maria Barton Turasanoma. Let me write that down as on my list of people to look up. Maybe she's going to give us some good information here. I'm just going to put this right here. Okay. How much is a BlackRock stock worth right now? Let's see how many Whoa. So $928 is BlackRock. So wait a minute. So they got 12 million shares. So let's just say $900 because it may have gone up. 900 times 12 million. That's $10.8 billion. Okay, so let's go back here. So they gave them $2 billion. No, wait. They gave them $12.5 billion. They agreed to pay $3 billion in cash and $12 million worth of stock. Oh, it was a total of $12.5 million. Okay. BlackRock launched their first tokenized fund, the BlackRock US Digital Currency. The fund secured $245 million. In 2024, BlackRock removed the circulation advertisement filmed in 2022 that briefly featured Thomas Matthew Crooks, the gunman and attempted assassin on Donald J. Trump. The firm expanded its headquarters at 50 Hudson Yards in mid-2024. So their finances. Okay, so their total assets in millions of dollars. So this is 1.8 billion in 2005. So from 2005 to 2006, they jumped up $18 billion. $18 billion in 1 year. So they were at almost 2. So that's 900% their profitability they went up. 900% in a year. In 2007 they only went up $2 billion. Then they lost some money in 2008, went back to $19 billion. But then in 2009 they went from $19 billion in total assets to $178 billion. How? They doubled themselves. They went up 9 times again. 9 times again. Look, here they went from 1.8 to 20, and here they went from 19 to 170. It's 9 times again. It's 9% or 900 times their value again. In 2010, they didn't make any money. 2011, they went up by $1 billion. 2012, they gained $11 billion. 2013, they went up $9 billion. $20 billion in 2014. They went down by $14 billion in 2015. In 2020, they went down another $5 billion. They stayed the same in 2017. So this is when President Trump, look, so when President Trump was in office, 2016, they started in 2017. So they stayed the same in 2017. They lost $51 billion in 2018. They gained about $8 billion. Then they gained a little bit more. In 2021, they lost a whole bunch of money again. They lost even more in 2022. And in 2023, they went up a little bit. It's who they know and who they never mind, right? I don't know about you guys, but this stuff's starting to make a lot of sense. I mean, I already knew BlackRock was part of this, right? Ownership. The Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund held over 5% of BlackRock from 2014 to 2016 and has now reduced its stake. PNC was BlackRock's largest shareholder and 25% of it. Over 80% of BlackRock is owned by institutional investors. The largest 10 shareholders are the Band Group, BlackRock Inc. So BlackRock itself owns its own company, State Street Corporation, Temasek Holdings, Bank of America, Capital Research, Morgan Stanley, Charles Schwab. So we got to look up these people here. I want to know what people own these stocks. Don't you want to know that? Isn't that a good idea to figure out who owns these people? Who else owns these stocks? One of them's from Singapore, and the rest are from the United States. Influence and power. Due to its power and sheer size and scope of its financial assets and activities, BlackRock has been called the world's largest shadow bank, shell company, shadow bank, by The Economist and Balzers. In 2020, U.S. Representatives Katie Porter and Jesus Chuy Garcia proposed a House bill aiming to restrain BlackRock and other shadow banks. So are these U.S. California? So she is a Democrat. Let's see who this guy is. He's a Democrat too. So 2 Democrats want to cut them back. And U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren suggested that BlackRock should be designated too big to fail. We all know Pocahontas, right? So what it means by too big to fail, when a company is too big to fail, that means that the government must step in if they're having issues, and the government needs to step in and help them out of the bad position that they're in. That's what too big to fail means. This is interesting right here. I'm going to put this in our list of stuff that we need to know over here that we need to look up. Of course, we're not going to look up all this stuff today, but definitely important stuff that we need to look up. BlackRock invests in funds of its clients. For example, the owners of iShares exchange traded units is numerous publicly traded companies. BlackRock has been the subject of conspiracy theories, including the conspiracy theory that BlackRock owns both Fox News and Dominion voting systems, which Snopes described as false and PolitiFact described as mostly false. Some BlackRock conspiracy theories have incorporated anti-Semitism, such as conspiracy theory that Jewish people, including BlackRock founder Robert Kapito, are of cabal responsible for COVID and the COVID agenda. So this is a conspiracy theories that they're saying. I'm sure we can search Alex Jones stuff for that. Okay. Common ownership is when competitors within the market are commonly owned. In other words, these competitors can have the same powerful shareholders and their shares traded. Wow, common ownership. So, okay, so just reading the first few sentences, common ownership is where you have stock, one person has stock in multiple competitors, right? So let's say the soda industry, you have stock in Coke and Pepsi, or if you're, in fast food company, you own stock. Well, so like Yum Yum Brands, I think owns Taco Bell. Let's look it up here. Yum Yum Brands. Yum Yum Brands. I know they own Taco Bell and Kentucky Fried Chicken, right? So here we go. They own Yum China, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and KFC, right? Who owns McDonald's? Let's see. McDonald's is owned by different shareholders, so McDonald's is their own brand. Okay, but you know what I mean. We're saying too big to fail also includes why California allows $950 in theft because they collect the insurance through BlackRock. Is BlackRock, wait a minute, is BlackRock an insurance company too? BlackRock, an insurance company. BlackRock is an insurance company. Wow, Gra, thank you. BlackRock is also, let me add this to my list of stuff I got to put. BlackRock is the insurance company. All those businesses. So then, okay, so let's talk about something here real quick. So I used to work for a huge plumbing company. We traveled the whole entire country building high-rise hotel. So what they did was, like I asked them one day, I was like, I became a superintendent and I started looking at all the bills and stuff, and so this company, I don't even know if they're still around anymore. It was called J&A Mechanical. And J&A Mechanical, we were the company that built the HVAC and plumbing systems for all these hotels. But then J&A Mechanical rented each job site, the ladders, the drills, the equipment, all this stuff to J&A Mechanical. And I was like, why are we renting from ourselves? And they said, well, the way it works is it's a tax write-off because we have to rent it from the one company, and then we write the tax. So it's all this tax stuff. It's all loopholes, right? So this could be a whole nother loophole for BlackRock. They own the companies, and they also own the company that insures them. So they use the insurance company in their portfolio to lose a ton of money. So that way, even though the other companies are making a ton of money, their insurance company's losing a bunch of money. So they get a tax break from this company, which helps out the companies that are actually making money. Is there anybody that are in this is watching this right now that's like knows about investment banking and stuff like that, or knows enough about business? I got a business degree, but I never paid attention in class. I don't even. I just passed all my business classes. That's how easy it is to get a business degree. I don't have an MBA, but I do have a degree in business. Man, this is. Are we learning stuff here, guys? Are we learning stuff? I mean, you tell me. Are we learning stuff? I hope we are. Okay, let's go back to this page right here. Environmental, social, and corporate governance investing. In 2017, BlackRock expanded its environmental, social, and corporate governance projects with new staff and products. BlackRock started drawing attention to environmental and diversity issues by means of official letters to CEOs and shareholder votes together with activist investors or investor networks such as Carbon Disclosure Project, which in 2017 backed a shareholder resolution for ExxonMobil. Interesting. We need to look this stuff up too. Let me add this stuff under BlackRock. In 2018, it asked Russell 1000 companies to improve gender diversity, which is what's the left all pushing about, gender diversity. Learning and teaching both, right, Groth? I hope you guys are like this. I know I'm totally disorganized in what I'm doing here, but I'm going down the rabbit hole, and you guys are going down the rabbit hole with me. This is a way that we can work together and put this together and figure out and write this stuff down. So I want everybody, I mean, there's 12 people watching this on Rumble, 4 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch. For you guys watching this, write down my email, eddieblockfilms@gmail.com. If this makes you think about anything that we're not talking about on here, and you don't want to be seen typing in the chat, email to me. I'm a journalist. I know how to keep shit quiet. I mean, hell. Everybody wants to talk about January 6th and stuff. But you know why the FBI has kept all my shit right now? Because they asked me a whole bunch of information and I refused to give it to them. I didn't give them anything. I gave them a few things, yes. Right? I mean, I don't know a lot to give anyways. But I mean, like when they say, who is this guy? And they show me a picture of Enrique Tarrio. Everybody knows who he is. So I'm like, I can't not say that's Enrique Tarrio. Then he shows me a picture with Enrique. So, I mean, I can keep secrets. Trust me. I can. Pam collects hats. Are you a hat collector like I am, Pam? That's cool. In 2018, it asked Russell 1000 companies to improve gender diversity in their board of directors if they had fewer than 2 women on them. So this is all leftist stuff, right? Yeah, like Gra is right. Stop being afraid. This is what they want. So that's why we're doing this live, Gra. We're doing this all together. I'm not hiding. Everybody knows where the frick I am. The FBI knows how to find me. I'm not doing anything wrong. But also, I will never, ever, ever commit suicide. So if something ever happens to me, I did not commit suicide. In August 2021, a former BlackRock exec had served as the company's first global chief officer, said he thought the firm's ESG investing was a dangerous placebo that harms public interest. So this is a former CEO, said that the financial institutions are motivated to engage in ESG because ESG products have higher fees, which in turn increase. So they're trying to make more money. Well, that's what a business does. Wall Street Journal editorial board wrote that BlackRock was pushing the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission to adopt rules requiring private companies to publicly disclose their climate impact, the diversity of their boards, directors, and other metrics. Why do they want to do that? You know why they want to do that? Because they're trying to make everybody else look bad and make them look good. That's why they're pushing the politicians on the left. Hey, got to go green. We got to go green. We got to check out, how we're hurting the climate, how we're hurting this earth. we're really going down a rabbit hole here too. In 2022, BlackRock founder and CEO Larry Fink defended the company's focus, pushing back against accusations the asset manager was using its heft and influence to support a politically correct or progressive agenda. So BlackRock founder, let's look. We got to look up this guy right here. Fink said the practices of ESG is not woke. Oh, he defended the companies. We got to look up this guy now. Let me add this to my list of people to look up. Wow. That is wrong. They are definitely woke. Or as my stepdad says, are they wake? What is wake? Are they wake? BlackRock's emphasis on ESG has drawn criticism as either bowing to anti-business interest or being merely marketable. They're not bowing. So if we're reading this right so far, they're not bowing to business. They're not anti-business at all. They're just trying to get rid of all other businesses so they can be the number one and main and only freaking business around. Right? In a talk at Aspen Ideas Festival, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink said he has stopped using the term ESG because the term has been weaponized, according to an Axios reporter. I'm ashamed of being part of this conversation. I never said I was ashamed. I'm not ashamed. I do believe in the conscious capitalism. It all ties to the New World Order. You know, we got to, maybe on the next one of these we'll do research on the New World Order. But right now, we'll stick to BlackRock for today. New World Order. We'll put that as stuff to look up. In July 2023, BlackRock announced that it would allow retail investors a proxy vote in its biggest ETF. Who cares about that? Investments in contributors to climate change. Green faith activists protest BlackRock shareholder meeting. Activists, including director Fletcher Harper, were arrested. As of December 2018, BlackRock was the world's largest investor in coal-fired power stations, holding shares worth $11 billion in 56 companies in the industry. Well, think about this. They're pushing electric cars and stuff, right? And they own coal-fired power stations. Let's put two and two together here. They're pushing coal-powered power stations because, and I'm sorry, I'm saying it backward. They're pushing electric cars. Why? Because coal-fired power stations are what power them. It's not solar. It's not wind. We all know it. The coal industry is what powers everything. So I'm going to take this whole entire thing and copy it. And we're going to put this to our list of stuff that we should know too. They hold $11 billion in 56 companies. BlackRock owned more oil, gas, and thermal coal reserves than any other investment management company, with the total reserves amounting to 9.5 gigatons of CO2 emissions, or 30% of the total energy-related emissions from 2017. 30%! Grouse says New World Order goes directly to China. I'm sure that's where we're going to find it going to. I haven't researched New World Order ever, to be honest with you. So it's another wormhole. I took some medicine today, and the medicine I took makes me extremely focused. Like extremely focused. Like I did some microdosing today. And I don't know why microdosing will make other people go crazy and go, but microdosing for me, it makes me want to research. Like I would have been done tired with this shit already. So maybe I'll have to go back to Oakland and get some more microdosing stuff. So it says in 2019, BlackRock was criticized for its environmental impact of its holding, as it was a major shareholder in every oil supermajor except Total SA and in 7 of the 10 biggest coal producers. And this is what Wikipedia is saying. Can you imagine? Wikipedia is definitely freaking liberal, right? Most of the people that write for Wikipedia is anti-America. January 14, 2020, the company shifted its investment policy, said that the environmental sustainability would be a key goal for investment decisions. BlackRock announced that it would sell $500 million worth of coal-related assets and created funds that would not invest in companies profiting from fossil fuels. Nonetheless, BlackRock's support for shareholder resolutions requesting climate risk disclosure fell from 25% to 14% in 2020. But here's the thing, guys. All these big major freaking companies has shell companies. So they probably just sold it to another share company, one of their shell companies. BlackRock has also been criticized regarding climate change inaction and deforestation in the Amazon's rainforest. According to the New Republic, BlackRock has positioned itself as the good guy on Wall Street and its executives as a crew of mild-mannered money managers who understand the risks of the climate crisis and the importance of diversity. Yeah, that's why way up there, they were putting all this money, and if we look up top farther, all this money they're putting into where was it? They were putting it all into wind turbines, electric car manufacturers, stuff like that. We read that one. So, however, according to BlackRock has been indeed influenced by polluting companies to lower their carbon emissions. The study showed that companies who met with BlackRock CEO Joshua Fink had lowered CO2 emissions the following year. And that's a leftist push, right? Investments in gun manufacturers. In May of 2018, anti-gun protesters held a demonstration outside the company's annual general meeting in Manhattan. Sorry, maybe these things are making me read bad too. After discussions with firearm manufacturers and distributors in 2018, BlackRock introduced 2 new exchange-traded funds that exclude stocks of gun makers and large gun retailers such as Walmart, Dick's Sporting Goods, Kroger. Kroger sells gun stuff? Stern Ruger, American Outdoor Brands, and Vista Outdoor, and removed the stocks from 7 existing funds. And now all of a sudden everybody's pushing gun control. Interesting. The European Ombudsman opened an inquiry in May 2020 to inspect the Commission's file on European Commission's decision to award a contract to BlackRock to carry out a study on integrating environment. So they're studying their own fucking companies. BlackRock is studying their own companies on environmental stuff. That's like Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift goes out there and says, we need to cut emissions. All these companies are bad. The global climate is going bad. But yet she flies she has how many jet planes? How many jet planes does she have? How many jet planes? She owns more. I think she owns 3 or something, right? Taylor Swift. Jets. How many does she have? Actually, how many jets? I gotta change this. How many jets does Taylor Swift own? How many jets does Taylor Swift? I suck at typing today. Taylor Swift own. Taylor Swift's cat becomes world's 3rd wealthiest pet. What the fuck? Donnie, I'm not giving you a ton of money, bro. Okay, so how many private jets does Taylor Swift own? Taylor Swift owns the Dassault Falcon 7X and the state-of-the-art tri-jet known for its exceptional performance and cup. So she owns 2. So one jet worth $54 million with the annual cost of $3 million. Yes, Taylor Swift previously owned the Dassault Falcon 900, which she sold in 2024. The Falcon 900. So let's see. In 2022, Swift topped the list of celebrities with the most private jet carbon emissions. In late April and the early May 2024, University of Florida student Jack Sweeney detailed Swift's extensive travels, showing her jets, keyword jets, crisscrossing the globe at an estimated 170 times in 2023, emitting 1,200 tons of CO2, 83 times that of the average American. It was reported that she took over 100 flights in her private jet. Hold on, I'm getting a text message. Hold on, somebody just sent me something. Oh yeah, I've seen that one before. So yeah, let's get back to here. So Riley Moore, the state treasurer of West Virginia, said in June 2022 that BlackRock and 5 other financial institutions. Oh, you guys can't see that all. This is a pain in the butt. I got to keep making stuff bigger and smaller here for you guys, but I'm doing my best. The 5 other financial institutions would no longer be allowed to do business with the state of West Virginia because of the company's advocacy against fossil fuel industry. December 22, financial officer from Florida announced the government of Florida would be divesting $2 billion worth of investments under management by BlackRock due to the firm's move to strengthen ESG standards. BlackRock later responded to the announcement with a statement saying that the divestment would place politics over investor interest. BlackRock responded to the announcement with a statement stating that divestment would place politics over investment interest. On October 22, Louisiana removed $794 million from BlackRock due to the company's support of ESG and green energy. Investments in China. In 2021, BlackRock set up its first mutual fund in China after raising over $1 billion from 111,000 Chinese investors. BlackRock became the first foreign-owned company allowed by the Chinese government to operate a wholly owned business in China. Gee, I wonder why. Why do you guys think that is? Why? Why BlackRock? All the left, BlackRock? Wow. October 2021, the nonprofit group Consumers Research launched an ad campaign criticizing BlackRock's relationship with the Chinese government. It was reported that BlackRock was an investor in 2 companies that have been blacklisted by the U.S. government, accusing China of human rights abuse against the Uyghurs. I didn't know that's how you spell Uyghurs. 1,200 tons is like 300 dump trucks of pollution. BlackRock increased its level of investment after the company's blacklisting. So after they got blacklisted, they bought even more. The U.S. House of Representatives Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party initiated an investigation into the firm's investment in Chinese companies accused of violating human rights and aiding the People's Liberation Army. So this was the Republican House of Representatives. BlackRock was scrutinized for allegedly taking advantage of his close ties with the Federal Reserve during pandemic efforts response. In the New Republic, BlackRock was having a very good pandemic and was casting itself socially responsible while contributing to the climate catastrophe, evading regulatory scrutiny, and angling to influence the Biden administration. No, they don't influence the Biden administration. The Financial Times described BlackRock as having secured a prominent advisory role in the Fed's post-COVID asset purchase program, prompting concerns over whether BlackRock would use this influence to encourage the Fed to purchase BlackRock products. During the Fed's 2020 quantitative easing program, BlackRock's corporate bond ETF received $4.3 billion in new investment compared to the respective $33 million and $15 million it received by BlackRock's competitors. So the competitors only got $33 million and $15 million, but yet BlackRock got $4.3 billion. That's 3 times 10, that's 30. 30 times, that's 120 times more money than the $33 million that the other competitor got. 120 times more by BlackRock's competitors Vanguard and State Group. On May 26, 2020, the contract was released publicly. The New York Times wrote about the contract that BlackRock will earn no more than $7.75 million per year for the main bond portfolio to manage. It will also be prohibited from earning fees on the. This doesn't make sense. See, the New York Times is also a liberal-owned newspaper, right? They're also part of this liberal junk. So, and we can't trust the New York Times. Investments in cryptocurrency. So, key people: William E. Ford, Larry Fink, Fabrizio Frida, Margaret Johnson, Robert Capito, Cheryl Mills, Amin Nassar, Gordon N. Nixon. So these are people we all got to look up right here. So let's this is their board of directors. We're gonna add this to the BlackRock stuff. Like I said, guys, we're going down a rabbit hole here. Companies, list of asset management account firms, list of companies based in New York. Okay, so let's go back and let's look at more BlackRock stuff. We just thought that was just one website, Wikipedia. CNBC, we don't trust them. Oh wait, we're on DuckDuckGo. I mean, we're not on DuckDuckGo. BlackRock. Okay. Investment. So BlackRock.com, www.full.com. What company does BlackRock own? This is a good thing we want to know. What companies does BlackRock own? Come on. Why are you not going there? I clicked on you. Okay, so BlackRock is the world's largest investment manager with $10 trillion in assets. $10 trillion. There's a lot of misunderstanding about the companies BlackRock owns and what it does. The company owns several investment manager and technology firms. We're in the gamut of large publicly traded companies. There is a lot of misunderstanding about what BlackRock does. At its core, BlackRock is an asset management business, meaning it manages assets on behalf of clients who own those assets. So while BlackRock's funds hold significant stakes in some of the largest companies in the world, the investors in those funds actually own the equity interest in those companies, not BlackRock. I have trouble finding that, believing that. It says New York Times from Graw says New York Times started it all with the Sullivan versus New York Times trial. However, direct equity investments from its balance sheet into other companies it doesn't own were only $9.7 billion. In addition, so only $9.7 billion that it doesn't own out of the $10 trillion it does own. So out of $10 trillion that its company is said to own, only $9.7 billion of that is investments that it doesn't own. So it owns $9,990,000,000. So top stockbrokers, that's advertising. What companies does BlackRock own? BlackRock has acquired several companies over the years to expand its investments. So they own Merrill Lynch Investment, Barclays, which my Apple Card is through Barclays, First Reserve Infrastructure, Trios Capital, eFront, Imperial Group, and they own Acorns. That's, I've seen their commercials a lot lately. Acorns. iCapital, BlackRock increased its stake in the leading technology platform. What companies could they buy in the future? Spider Rock Advisors. BlackRock could capitalize on the growth in alternatives. There are a lot of misconceptions about BlackRock. They own. Should you invest in BlackRock? I wouldn't. I mean, it's probably good on your part too, because you'll make money, but still. Okay, so these are the companies they own. So let me just take a look at these. I'm going to copy these. Okay, I'm going to post this over to my Word document so I can do some research on these companies. So that's from the Motley Fool. I don't know if they're left or right. What are they? Investment managers and services, we don't go by the investment funds. That's by their website. Yahoo, which we can't believe because that's Google, right? BlackRock, what we do, that's by BlackRock. BlackRock stock quotes. Working at BlackRock, about BlackRock, how BlackRock became the world's largest asset manager.
As a business owner, it's important to lean into your
this.
strengths and do the things that only you can do. And my best secret is using Honeybook.
BlackRock is a financial giant.
It's 14 minutes.
It's the largest investor on planet Earth with over $9 trillion in assets.
I'm hungry, guys. I haven't eaten
That's a
all
pile
day.
of cash equal to about 1/10 of a year's
If
global
anything comes up
economic
that I need to
activity.
know without seeing it right now,
That
let me know,
means the
please.
money
I'll be right
managers
back.
at BlackRock have a big say in how the world runs. Here's CEO Larry Fink talking to CNBC in 2021.
And I've been on your show now probably 4 times every year at the very least for 22 years as a public company, and even longer when we were private, talking about retirement.
BlackRock is indeed influential. In the US, it owns at least 5% of most major companies. That gives the firm lots of voting power to determine how public businesses operate. BlackRock rose to the top of the financial system in a short span of time. After its IPO in 1999, its stock has increased 7,539% through December 2020. Along the way, the company used technology to minimize the risks of investing.
BlackRock, as well as the other ETF providers, have done a great job in bringing a product to investors that provides diversification in investment portfolios at a relatively inexpensive price. And I think there's good reasons for them having grown to scale.
According to BlackRock, risk management today means adapting to the changing climate.
The largest oil and gas producers and the largest carbon emitters are state-controlled enterprises.
Their leadership has the sway to push global institutions into action.
BlackRock's relationship with the Fed is a really useful thing for the public to know about. The central bank can do things to make our lives better, and it can do stuff to make some people really rich.
Here's how BlackRock shot to the top of the financial industry. The company we know today as BlackRock was formed in the late 1980s. A young Larry Fink launched a firm under the Blackstone Investment Group with 7 co-founders. Fink's team came together under the management of Steve Schwarzman.
We started the business together in around 1988, 89, and they wanted to sell it 4 or 5 years later.
After the sale, BlackRock spent years developing a risk management software that they call Aladdin. Aladdin uses a Monte Carlo-styled algorithm to uncover scenarios in which an investment could fail.
Over the last really 20 years, financial markets have become much more complex. Volumes have increased exponentially. At the same time, we've had an explosion in computing power. Chips have become so much more powerful and inexpensive. The combination of financial markets needing increased technology and there being cheap, inexpensive ways to really scale up technological innovations has led to sort of the confluence of things like cryptocurrencies, robo-advisors, and even more basic things, simply like equity markets being almost completely electronic now.
BlackRock's tech-driven approach made it a major firm. Over time, their managed assets swelled, and the company started to buy out its competitors. In 2006, the firm acquired the distressed assets of Merrill Lynch, and in 2009, it took over Barclays Global Investors. At the time, BGI owned the intellectual property rights of iShares. Today, that brand is one of the most heavily traded names in the stock market. About 3 million shares of its fund tracking the S&P 500
this is
are
from
exchanged
CNBC.
every day. ETFs, or exchange-traded
What am I
funds,
eating?
are at the heart of
A little bit
BlackRock's
of
empire.
ground beef, cheese,
These funds
cream,
have taken over
Lema de
investing
Mexico.
in the past decade.
Mexican
I
sour
think we
cream.
can attest that growth to the attraction of ETFs as pooled investment vehicles that allow investors to diversify their portfolio. And diversification has been shown to be one of the key factors for investors to have a successful investment program.
You can think of ETFs as baskets of stocks based on themes. For example, BlackRock offers funds tied to corporations and small towns. They also issue funds that track oil and gas exploration and the defense industry. ETFs give investors a wide range of holdings at a low cost.
And just to give a sense of how low those costs can go, let's take, for example, BlackRock.
Wait, how much you want to bet that all these companies that BlackRock is investing in are actual shell companies that they own? So they're telling you to invest in these companies which they already own, right? Makes sense.
S&P 500 exchange traded fund. BlackRock is charging investors 30 cents a year on every $1,000 invested. And there's great competition among fund providers for low fees, and that's been a great thing for investors.
Just 3 companies dominate the ETF market.
BlackRock is by far the largest with roughly a 35% market share of domestic market. The next 2 are Vanguard and State Street, both somewhere.
So those are all we talked about a minute ago, right? And remember we talked about there's a thing in stocks called where they also people have stock in their competitors. How much you want to bet BlackRock has stock in Vanguard and State Street Global Advisors? How much you want to bet?
We're in, say, the 15 to 20% market share range.
ETFs reshaped financial markets in a short amount of time. More than 80% of all assets invested over the past decade have gone to one of the big 3, according to legal scholars writing in the National Bureau of Economic Research. Experts say the financial and technology industries lend themselves to concentration.
Competing S&P 500 index funds, they're all holding essentially the same portfolio, and so they're all going to earn essentially the same return before costs. So from the investor's perspective, the best thing to do is to buy the one that passes through the least amount of expense to you. And because of economies of scale, that's generally going to be the largest fund.
BlackRock's popularity grew alongside the explosion of interest in passive investing. In addition to individual wealth, BlackRock manages sovereign wealth funds and has a burgeoning private equities division.
What are sovereign wealth?
The company is also a lender to emerging markets in Asia and elsewhere. 78% of the firm's revenue is derived from investment advisory fees collected from products like ETFs, which is why you might have read articles about BlackRock or seen their leadership on TV.
So this letter, you think, is the most important letter you've ever written?
More and more clients are looking for a more sustainable portfolio to be more prepared. Areas that are more impacted by climate change is going to have harder times to finance their debt if they don't focus on the impact of climate change in their district, in their region, in their cities.
BlackRock today is positioning itself as a socially conscious voice of the financial industry. You might hear their leadership talk about ESG.
So it stands for environmental, social, and governance. And the idea is that there are specific issues, whether it has to do with climate change.
So you can't believe law professors either, right? Because most lawyers are liberals too, right? There's a good treat for you, Donnie. Now go away. Right?
Or whether it has to do with boardroom diversity, or whether it has to do with how your board of directors is constituted generally, that are important issues for investors.
One of the central components of BlackRock's plan is to issue funds with stricter ESG standards on business conduct.
That's a form of active management, and it has the same downside as any form of active management, which is it's not clear that it can outperform the performance of a broad market index. But of course, that's not really the sales pitch. The sales pitch to investors is these companies share your values.
BlackRock's leadership believes that
I don't think they share your values. I think what's going on is companies like BlackRock, who own most of the politicians, are pushing the politicians to push for these things. So that way it looks like you're investing in a company that has the same values as you.
These societal issues will impact the bottom line over the long term. Consider that BlackRock owns a 6.7% stake in the oil and gas company ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil alone is responsible for nearly 2% of global emissions, according to an Open Secrets analysis.
Yeah, y'all know Exxon, right? Valdez, right? The Exxon Valdez, the one that crashed up in Alaska, spilled how many gallons of oil into the ocean, killing animals and the wildlife?
Climate data. BlackRock says it raised climate concerns with Exxon in 2020 over a series of shareholder meetings. It joined a group of activists and its peers to push 3 board members out in 2021.
But there's a look at the 3 new directors. So this really is reflective of just the changes in, frankly, capitalism.
Real quick. So they just said they pushed out three of the people in charge of Exxon. That shows you how much power BlackRock has.
In terms of the importance of ESG, even from a profitability standpoint or a standpoint of giving up some profitability to get your business in a different place with the prospect that you will ultimately benefit.
Exxon now says it will end routine flaring of natural gas by 2030 and disclose more climate-related risks. The tighter standards on public corporations may help, but they also could push polluting activity and risky assets into more loosely monitored private ownership.
Even a company like BlackRock that is investing in the entire S&P 500 is only investing in a very small part of, for example, fossil fuel production.
I call bullshit because we did our research on that earlier. Hold on. What's the number that we researched earlier about them? Where was it? I know I have it here somewhere. Wasn't it like they own like 70% of the market? Where was it? I'm looking to somebody. Does somebody remember the number offhand? If you also, hold on. Lower this investment in India. I know we have it somewhere. Oh, I can't find it now. Okay, as of December 2018, BlackRock was the world's largest investor of coal-fired stations, holding $11 billion. That's not oil companies. BlackRock owned more oil, gas, and thermal coal reserves than any other investment management company, with total reserves amounting to 9.5 gigatons of CO2, emissions of 30% of the total energy-related emissions worldwide. So yeah, bullshit.
Largest oil and gas producers and the largest carbon emitters are state-controlled enterprises that are really not amenable to any pressure from U.S. money managers.
BlackRock has acknowledged that there's a chance that the green transition will push up prices and political tensions worldwide.
Big public companies and banks are now being cast as a role of an emission police, having to cut off businesses or lending to companies, often.
Wait a minute, is that looks like an alcohol bottle? I mean, it should be water, but you think he's drinking vodka right there, or tequila, clear tequila?
Smaller companies that have not yet reduced their own emissions. This will have the unintended consequences of fueling a backlash against our big companies, and it will promote a narrative big versus small, and will create greater and greater political polarization.
Yeah, and you're starting that. Because you're working with the Democrats. I don't want to watch this video anymore. BlackRock.com, we don't want to go there. BlackRock, Finance Yahoo, we don't trust them. More results. BlackRock website. We want to see stuff without a BlackRock website. BlackRock. Oh, you guys don't see what I'm looking at here. Sorry. This is the problem with all this stuff, guys. I don't know which. I gotta keep going back and forth. BlackRock.com. I'm looking for one that's not BlackRock.com. These are all from BlackRock.com. Every single one of them. Morningstar, the best shares. Let's see. BlackRock, Business Insider. Facts to know about BlackRock, the world's biggest investment. Business Insider. I don't want to. Are you not going to let me look at it? Oh, they're not going to let me look at it. Oh, they're doing this. You know what I got to do? I got to hit open a new tab. Otherwise, we start back from the beginning. These are all BlackRock. Oh, wait, Bloomberg. With a BlackRock CEO, $9 trillion Vanguard braces for turbulence. Stock analysis, BlackRock. New York Times. BlackRock removed. Oh, that's the ad they removed. See, all these are from BlackRock themselves. They have their own YouTube channel. BlackRock stock price and chart. Forbes, company overview and news. How about this? How about we go to, let's go to Rumble. And let's see what they have on Rumble for BlackRock. Soros, BlackRock, and Bud Light. Dan Bongino, that's an hour-long thing. BlackRock prepares for $35 trillion Fed crisis with 600,000 Bitcoin. That's like 2 hours long. The war against you. This is 15 minutes. Let's watch this.
I'm standing in front of the headquarters of a company that manages $10.6 trillion. That's more than half the United States GDP. Last time, I covered the shady consulting group McKinsey, and you guys asked for one thing. BlackRock. So here we are. BlackRock is the subject of a lot of speculation online.
There is a robot that controls more wealth than any country on earth.
Really, the commander-in-chief is Larry Fink.
They have stock in 95% of Fortune 500 companies, and they've been hired by governments across the world to help manage financial crises and even just conduct normal operations. That means that pretty much any time you interact with the economy, working, buying stuff, driving a car, going to the bank, anything, you're interacting with BlackRock. But that $10.6 trillion isn't really their money. Don't worry, we'll come back to that. And they claim they're just passive investors, which seems harmless, right? While I love a good conspiracy, and I know there was a cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo, how much of a conspiracy is this really? I wanted to get to the truth behind BlackRock and the other nearly identical asset managers, State Street and Vanguard, known as the Big Three. Are they actively controlling the world and shaping it in their favor? Or are they passive investors just riding the wave of American economic expansion? Stay with me. We'll get to the spooky stuff soon, but first let's talk through some finance basics that give BlackRock their power. What an asset manager actually does, the main product they provide, index funds, their favorite loophole, passivity, and their position in our economy, the not at all terrifying sounding universal ownership. BlackRock is an asset manager, and the service they offer.
Are you guys enjoying going down this rabbit hole with me? Yeah, we got 24 people watching on Rumble alone. That's awesome. Hope you guys are enjoying this. And like I said, if you guys learn something from this or see something that I don't recognize or you know more about this, email me, eddieblockfilms@gmail.com.
Is taking a customer's money and making more money out of it. Their existence relies upon an important invention of the 70s.
That's why I bet it's only $119.
More exciting, the index fund. It was pioneered by the first CEO of Vanguard, and it offers investors a way to invest in many stocks at once. So instead of betting a lot on a few individual companies, you bet a little bit on every company in the whole index, basically just the whole market itself.
The index at least steers a steady course.
It's like instead of betting on a single horse, you're betting on all the horses at once. And index funds are a form of mutual fund, the more general way people pool their money together to make big investments. But someone needs to be the one to pool all that money together and manage it, and that's an asset manager, i.e. BlackRock. Index funds and ETFs are their main products, and they're pretty similar. They're popular because they're lower risk, have more consistent returns, and are cheaper for asset managers because they don't have to pay a guy to place bets all day, which studies show they are not very good at.
Just ignore the folly of short-term speculation. It's absolutely a loser's game.
So if the market is up 7% today, so is your index fund. Instead of constantly buying and selling shares, which is what active investors do, BlackRock and these big asset managers buy a little bit of every company and just hold on to those shares basically indefinitely. This is called passive investing, a title that affords them a lot of legal leeway they otherwise
Try
wouldn't
not to
get.
burn your guys' ears
They
out.
own so much that it would be impossible for them to sell out of any one stock in one fell swoop.
When you think about passive, we can't sell a company as long as they're in the index.
Most of the money asset managers manage comes from institutional investors. Those are big pension funds, insurance companies, nonprofits, and university endowments. But while all the money they manage is in the hands of these big institutions, most of it actually comes from regular people. Public and private pension plans.
By the way, guys, just so you know, this is it's called The War Against You on Rumble. So go ahead and follow them. If I think this is going to be something good. I just followed them right now.
401k owners, college tuition, and anyone with insurance. This is your money, but it doesn't always come back to you. Nor do you get a say in the companies it gets invested in. While they want good returns on those investments, contrary to how we think about Wolf of Wall Street type investors, that's not actually their main goal. They make their profits from the fees they charge their clients, not from the returns on the money they invest. I spoke with Benjamin Braun, a professor of political economy at the London School of Economics. He's written a bunch of studies on asset managers' role in our economy and society.
The fees you earn if you're BlackRock increase when the market value of the assets you manage increases. You maximize your assets under management by winning over new clients and by getting the clients that you already have to give you more money.
When you have $10 trillion, you have to put them somewhere, and eventually that somewhere becomes everywhere.
Universal ownership refers to holding shares in the entire universe of firms listed.
So remember how a minute ago I said they probably own the other company, the Vanguard, and the other investment companies? Look, they're saying you right here, they're universal ownership. They own a little piece of everything.
On the stock market, the big three asset managers, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, hold a sizable but still relatively small stake in all listed corporations.
BlackRock is a 3 to 10% shareholder in all of these companies.
Okay, so Microsoft 7.39%, Amazon 6.23%, Google 7.17%, Exxon 7.7%, Apple 6.4%, Meta 5.9%. And do you notice these are all left-leaning liberal companies?
This may not sound like a lot, but it's enough that selling all of it at once would likely crash that entire stock, kind of locking them into the whole not selling passive thing.
5% in any individual company is actually very significant because if and when shareholdership is dispersed, 5% makes you, in all likelihood, the single largest shareholder in that company. That's why, for example, in a lot of academic studies, 5% is taken as a threshold for control. There's almost no difference between.
So I'm stopping this. So, if you're like me and don't understand stuff very well, like if I talk it out, I learn from explaining to people. So if you already know this, I'm sorry, but this is helping me remember it in my head and learn it by explaining it to you. So he's saying that 5% ownership in a company is going to be probably the largest ownership in that company, meaning they control that company. And what were some of those companies? What were some of those companies? Which were right here: Microsoft, Amazon, Google, ExxonMobil, Apple, Meta. Well, who are some of the top companies that are messing with us? Look at Microsoft. Bill Gates is trying to push all this leftist stuff on us. Amazon, Jeff Bezos, trying to push all this leftist shit, diversity, blah, blah, blah. Google, they control Google, which controls all of our freaking search results, folks. Apple, I hate to see this, I love Apple products. I buy them, I'm not going to lie. And then, they own 6.4%. Meta, they own 5.9%. That's Facebook. That's the company that's putting out everything and censoring all of you people that are conservative. Same thing with Google. Google owns YouTube. So BlackRock not only owns Google, but they also own YouTube, right? This is scary, folks. One company owning all this stuff.
Academic studies, 5% is taken as a threshold for control. There's almost no difference between Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, and even a bunch of other asset managers in terms of their business model. So then you can start and wonder, okay, so if the big three together hold 25% of the shares in any individual company, then you're definitely above the threshold.
Let's zoom in on Amazon. The big three own 16% of all outstanding Amazon shares.
Wow.
Jeff Bezos only owns 9%.
In theory, universal owners should have an interest in maximizing profits in the long term across the entire economy. And that is not how they operate in practice.
The amount of stock you have determines the number of votes you get. BlackRock is almost always in the top 3, maybe 5 if they're feeling broke. So that is a lot of votes. And let's not forget, it's not BlackRock's money that's invested. It's your dad's pension fund.
So she's making an interesting point here. I didn't even let her finish it because it came to me right away. So BlackRock owns the shares, but it's the people that are invested. So you invest in a stock portfolio, right? You think you're buying the shares. BlackRock is giving you the percentage of it, but BlackRock owns it because BlackRock bought these shares. And they're just giving you your percentage of it on the interest that it makes or the proceeds that it makes. But BlackRock gets to make all the votes. BlackRock is providing all the votes.
And your insurer's massive pile of savings. It sounds crazy, but when you put your money in a pension fund, you sign away your voting rights to the pension fund manager. And then when the pension fund manager puts all their pension funds under an asset manager's control, they sign away all those votes to the asset manager. Kind of pyramid scheme vibes. Right? And how do they actually use those votes? A 2017 study found that asset managers almost always voted with what the company executives recommended. And why are they always voting with company management? Back in the 80s, company managers used to spend company money on company things, like corporate jets, fancy offices, or occasionally paying their employees. And this made the investors sad because they wanted those profits. So they started offering company managers, in addition to bonuses and benefits, stock options. Executives' total pay was now forever tied to how much the company made.
They can push managers, corporate managers, to act more in the interest of shareholders, meaning in the interest of corporate profits, and do more to maximize corporate profits.
This funnels money back to investors who now include management and away from any hope of making companies work better or including employees in the profits that their labor created. Back in the day, like my grandparents' day, more regular people had stocks. And
so like the 70s, I'm guessing?
The idea was that every shareholder could vote on things like board elections, mergers and acquisitions, executive compensation, and once in a while, wages. Sort of like democracy for people with disposable income.
Government is the people's business, and every man, woman, and child becomes a shareholder with the first penny of tax paid.
In 1945, 94% of stocks were owned by households. But that's not really how it works anymore. Today, households have more like 40% of the stock market, and about half of that belongs to the top 10%.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Today, the top 1% own 50% of corporate equity and mutual fund shares, while the top 10% own 86%. Did you think?
Wow, so the top 10% own 86% of the companies in the country. I think that's what they're trying to say.
This yellow part was everyone else? Nope. The tiny green part on the bottom is the least wealthy half of Americans.
You often hear this argument that what is good for shareholders is good for everyone because, especially in the US, where retirement assets are overwhelmingly invested in corporate equities, everyone is a shareholder. But that's simply not true. The bottom 50% virtually owns no shares at all. The vast majority of shares are held by the top 10%, And within that, even shareholdings are quite concentrated within the top 1%.
And while the strategies corporations choose because asset managers vote for them affect everyone, they only benefit half the population even a little bit and frequently hurt the other half, those without any shares at all. Take the example of worker pay. BlackRock and other asset managers play a huge part in wage stagnation.
If you're a corporation, you can increase profits only in so many ways. And you can always, in the short term, increase returns to shareholders by squeezing workers.
So this kind of uber monopolization really hurts working people, consumers, and even small businesses. And this is where it gets interesting. There's evidence that this type of universal ownership is in part responsible for why everything is so expensive these days. For example, they have significant stakes in Nike, Adidas, Lululemon, and Under Armour. If one outperforms the other, it's the same from BlackRock's point of view. And sometimes it can even lose investors' money altogether if companies were to start lowering prices to compete.
That's the universal ownership.
So basically what they're saying here is, in those clothing department areas, BlackRock is basically the monopoly owner, right? What it sounds like to me. And what is one thing we're not supposed to have in this country? A monopoly?
Logic in action, but it's also an anti-competitive logic in action. The fact that all 5 airlines, all the major banks, for example, in the US have the same large shareholders creates a danger and a risk that these corporations will not engage in competition in the same way they would if they each had different shareholders. Because in that world, each shareholder would root for their company and would hope to outperform the market by the company they waged a bet on.
It's sort of like a neo-monopoly where companies don't even have to merge and buy each other anymore because they all send profits to the same guys no matter what. And their large stakes in basically every company affords them friends in high places. From just 2014 to 2015, BlackRock performed over 1,500 private engagements with the companies held in their portfolio. BlackRock reportedly believes that meetings behind closed doors can go further than votes against management, and they typically give management a year before voting against them. They also have a lot of friends in the government. There's a sort of revolving door between BlackRock, the government, and the international bodies that create monetary policy. Things like the US Treasury, Federal Reserve, the central banks of Canada, some European countries, and Sweden, as well as the International Monetary Fund and the World Economic Forum. Since 2004, BlackRock has hired at least 84 former government officials, regulators, and central bankers worldwide.
Intersection of politics and business.
Interesting. So they're dealing with these politicians and say, look, you help us out in this moment right now, and as soon as your term is up, we will give you a job with our company and we will pay you so much money. So they are influencing politicians by doing this. That's what it sounds like. I could be wrong, but that's what it sounds like to me.
This has never been more ongoing.
Larry Fink himself is on the board of the WEF and even tried to get himself selected as Hillary Clinton's Treasury Secretary in 2016. And in 2008, they got themselves a pretty sweet deal.
Traders saying this is the craziest day they have ever seen in these markets. Veteran traders saying they've never seen anything like it.
In the aftermath, the government created the Financial Stability Oversight Council to oversee entities like BlackRock that control a lot of money but aren't banks. The FSOC pointed to BlackRock as an organization that's so big that its failure could cause another collapse, and tried to put additional oversight on them. But BlackRock doubled their political lobbying spending, including running a super targeted ad campaign on the DC Metro, and managed to dodge the oversight that other large financial institutions receive. And let's come back to that loophole they like to call passivity. The people who decide if they're passive enough to continue not to be overseen by the government is BlackRock themselves. Basically, BlackRock and other asset managers have to submit annual letters to self-certify that they've been compliant with the terms of passive investment. That's like being allowed to write whatever you want on your taxes and then audit yourself. Except if you also had $10 trillion, which, unless you're watching...
My chat not working anymore? So, okay, yeah, it just worked, okay.
And you're literally Larry Fink, hey bestie, I'm going to safely assume you don't. The part that really blows my mind is that while this one company already has their eggs in basically every basket and is making money off seemingly everyone, it goes even deeper than that. The biggest investors in BlackRock are Vanguard and State Street. And the biggest investors in Vanguard are BlackRock and State Street. And the biggest investors in State Street are, you guessed it, BlackRock and Vanguard.
asset managers or the share.
So they're all working together, guys. They're all working together. I think they're just one big monopoly. Tony Hayes says, if you happen to be renting a house from BlackRock, stop paying your rent. Yeah, you'll be kicked out pretty soon, won't you?
Holders of asset managers. And this is true for all financial firms, and not only, in fact, for stock market listed firms, but private equity firms buying up private insurers.
So the financial sector effectively owns itself. The biggest companies that they own them back, creating this loop that sucks money in and never seems to spit it back out. They play all sides of the game because at a certain point, you can't lose when you play against yourself. So going back to our original questions.
That makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? All these, I started talking about this earlier, right? BlackRock probably owns Vanguard and the other one. And here, this woman is saying yes.
Does BlackRock own everything? No. But do they control everything? Kinda. They profit off of every bit of your life while controlling just the minimum amount they need to make sure they can continue profiting off of every bit of your life. And they get paid by teachers' retirement funds to do it. And they get away with this by constantly exchanging money for power and utilizing legal loopholes. It's worth being pedantic here for a second. They don't own everything. They own shares in everything, which gives them an outsized amount of control. So while they're not necessarily the ones making all the nitty-gritty decisions in every company, it is their influence and this giant structure of universal ownership that continues to make their pie bigger and ours smaller. It's the ultimate endgame of the Investor Management Alliance. Remember the part about how they're responsible for reporting their own passivity to the government? The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the FDIC are working to change that and make it so that asset managers that own large chunks of banks like BlackRock are regulated like banks. The asset managers, of course, are not happy, and they are lobbying against this. So regulating them much further is going to prove difficult.
Tony.
And this is a solution.
So Tony just said that's how they get away with monopoly. They call it a corporation. So, yeah, we read about that a little bit earlier. So what they do is they invest in their competitors. So you invest in your competitors, right? That way you're, like she just said, you're basically you're on all sides. So you're just your competitors yourself. So you're not really competitors. They're making money no matter which way it goes.
One part of a much larger problem. We no longer have the old system of shareholder democracy. We have something more like a shareholder oligarchy where the people with the most power over where our money and stuff goes are incentivized to make that stuff worse and more expensive and not work for us. But BlackRock...
So they're doing it, right? Because if they make it more expensive for everybody, then every day another company is going to lose out and go out of business. Then another company is going to lose out and go out of business. Tony says, look at all the stuff Amazon owns under different corporations. It's not just that. So like with the COVID-19 stuff, who made out the most? Amazon. Because Amazon could ship to your house in a couple days. So when COVID came out and nobody could go out to the stores and buy stuff anymore, Amazon and probably Walmart too just made tons and tons and tons of money. eBay, all these places where you can buy online and have it shipped to home.
Didn't create the system, they just used it to their advantage. And I think we deserve a better one where the people who create the wealth have a say in where it goes. Thanks for watching The Classroom, where controlling the world is important to us.
Okay, so this is Gabriella Spielberg. I wonder if she's related to Steven Spielberg. But so once again, this is The War Against You. Check them out. So far, they look like a pretty decent place. I just went and subscribed to them. Let's see what this one is. Oh, this is Steven Crowder. That's an hour and 10 long. Oh, here we go. So James O'Keefe, let's watch this. Let's see what you guys are looking at.
They don't want to be in the news. They don't want people to talk about them. They don't want to be anywhere on the radar.
Why not?
I don't know, but I suspect
it's just all one big, huge monopoly, Tony. That's what I think.
Probably because it's easier to do things when people aren't thinking about it.
All of these financial institutions, they buy politicians, right? You can take this big ton of money, and then you can start to buy people.
I work for a company called BlackRock. Meet Serge Varley. a recruiter at BlackRock.
Let me tell you, it's not through who's the president. It's who's controlling the wallet.
See, that's why I started this, folks. How many times have I told you that the president is not in charge? It's the people behind him that are controlling him, except for President Trump. That's why they hate President Trump, because nobody controls him. He makes his own decisions. How many, you guys have seen me say this how many times in the past?
Yes. So it's
And who's that?
The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks. These guys run campaign financing. Yep, you can buy your candidates. And obviously, we have the system in place. First, there's the senators. And these guys are rich. You got 10 grand, you can buy a senator. I can give you 500K right now. No question asked.
Yeah.
I did it to you. It's done.
Does everybody do that? Does BlackRock do that?
It doesn't matter who wins.
You're still right.
They're my populace.
Here's Serge Varley on how good war is for BlackRock's business.
Do you have any thoughts on the Ukraine-Russia war?
Yeah, I mean, I do have thoughts.
What are they?
Ukraine is good for business. You know, right? I'll give an example. Russia blows up Ukraine's grain silos. The price of wheat's gonna go mad up. Ukrainian economy is tied very largely to the wheat market, global wheat market. Prices of bread, literally everything goes up and down. This is fantastic if you're trading. Volatility creates opportunity to make profit. War is real good for business.
War is good for business. So why do you think all the Democrats are trying to produce bills to send more money to the Ukraine? Let's send more money to the Ukraine. Number one, they probably get kickbacks or probably own stock in the companies that are building all this war stuff, right? But like this guy says right here, war is good for profits. You take out their wheat and the price of wheat goes up, which then hurts other companies.
Exciting when goes wrong, right? BlackRock manages 20 trillion. It's incomprehensible numbers.
BlackRock's Serge Varley says all of this is above a normal person's understanding.
You're like an undercover reporter. I don't know. No people don't give a shit. This is beyond them. The whole thing of domination from a concept is just so interesting.
Hi, I'm James O'Keefe with OMG News. Here we are with our latest story, this time
today, by
on
the way, guys.
BlackRock, one of the world's leading asset and investment managers, which owns significant shares of companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Anheuser-Busch, Meta, Target, Procter & Gamble, Comcast, CNN, Fox, and yes, Pfizer, just to name a few. At OMG, we do not shy away from exposing powerful companies, and we're not afraid of powerful people. So we decided to take a look for ourselves at the influence BlackRock has on our politics and the influence they have on our culture. So to do that, what better place to start a hidden camera investigation than into a self-described gatekeeper at BlackRock?
You're kind of like a fucking gatekeeper at BlackRock.
Yeah, I am. I decide people's fate. Every day, I literally decide how somebody's life is going to be shaped.
That's so powerful. I love it.
Yeah, it's I don't know, the whole thing of domination from a concept is it's so interesting.
Introducing Serge Varley, whose LinkedIn says he's worked for Morgan Stanley, Citadel, and now as a recruiter at BlackRock.
I work for a company called BlackRock. I'm not actually a finance guy. I know what happens because I'm recruiting people who do these things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the person who headhunts people from other firms. So I would approach you and be like, hey, this is a good reason why you should come work for us.
Serge tells us who really runs the world, how they do it, and just how much it costs to buy people, like politicians.
Let me tell you, it's not through who's the president. It's who's controlling the wallet.
Good point, Tony.
So it's
And who's that?
The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks. These guys run campaign financing. Yep, you can buy your candidates.
How so?
All of these financial institutions, they buy politicians.
How do they run the world?
You acquire stuff. You diversify, you acquire, you keep acquiring, you spend whatever you make in acquiring more. And at a certain point, your risk level is super low. Like, imagine you've invested in like 10 different industries, from food to drinks to like technology, right? One of them fails, it doesn't matter. You have 9 others to back you up. Risk management is inherently in just about everything. And in the finance space, it's all about it's all about the money you make. You don't let it sit. You keep using it over and over, and
Reinvest.
Yeah, and it exponential growth.
And then once you just own a little bit of everything, is that where the control?
Yeah, you own a little bit of everything, and that little bit of everything gives you so much money on a yearly basis that you can take this big ton of money, and then you can start to buy people. And obviously, we have this system in place. First, there's the senators, and these guys are cheap. You got 10 grand, you can buy a senator. It doesn't matter who wins.
You're so right.
They're in my pocket. I can give you $500K right now. No questions asked.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do what needs to be done? They're like, yeah, of course.
And
why not?
Right?
Does like everybody do that? Does BlackRock do that?
The BlackRock recruiter also tells us about how the U.S. government relies on BlackRock for their economic simulation computational power.
Economic simulation. They need to understand the impact of something, right? They're gonna like raise the interest rate, for example. It's gonna create this cascade of various factors that they're not sure what it's gonna do, basically.
And just how fucking great the Ukraine war is for business.
Do you have any thoughts on the Ukraine-Russia war?
Ukraine is good for business. You know, right? We don't want the conflict to end.
Why?
We don't want the conflict to end as a country. The longer the weaker Russia is. I'll give an example. Russia blows up Ukraine's grain silos. The price of wheat's going to go mad up. So what are you going to do if you're a trading firm? The moment that news hits, within a millisecond, you're going to pump.
Hey, real quick, I'm going to say what Tony Munkett said. I don't think you can read it all. It says these blah, blah, blah take advantage of good people trying to live by the Constitution, wanting to earn their home, wanting respect for their hard work. And the sad thing is, we made them rich and they have no respect for us, is what he's saying.
You're going to pump trades into whoever the wheat suppliers are, into their stocks. Within an hour or two, that stock goes up, and then you sell, and you just made, I don't know, however many mil.
Why would a news channel promote a side in war?
Because it's also good for business. I mean, what's news? News, right? What does news feed on? They feed on strategy. They feed on top events. That's what people like to watch. So when it happens, it's...
If it bleeds, it reads. Right?
It's good business. More viewers. When nothing's happening, watch news. I don't watch news.
They're all pushing like the same talking point. Like you generally, when you look at news, like
it's propaganda. The Ukrainian economy is tied very largely to the wheat market, global wheat market. This is fantastic if you're trading. Volatility creates opportunity to make profit. War is real good for business. It's exciting when goes wrong, right?
Serge also speaks on BlackRock-influenced news and even gave our journalists some tips.
based on everything we know now, when they say to sell, does that mean we should buy?
So, yeah. It's like, Jim Cramer? If you do exactly the opposite of what he's advising, you actually make money.
Huh?
Yeah. It's called the inverse Cramer. They don't want to be in the news. They don't want people to talk about them. They don't want to be anywhere on the radar.
Why not?
I don't know, but I suspect it's probably because it's easier to do things when people aren't thinking about it.
And when Serge was asked about insider trading and if Larry Fink recently sold $100 million in BlackRock shares, here is what he said.
Larry Fink recently sold $100 million worth of BlackRock.
Wow. Damn, Larry, that's not a good sign.
The people who trade and make money, they do this the moment the information is out. And that info is typically disseminated at private levels first before it hits the mainstream. If you want to invest smart, there's a tracker that tracks all politicians and where they have their stocks. Preemptively, if we think the stock price is going to tank, we're going to sell so that we sell it high, it tanks, and we buy back. And we didn't make, but we preserved a few mil.
But perhaps the most remarkable, profound comment by the BlackRock recruiter is the suggestion that nobody is going to care about what he is saying here or confessing here. Because as he says, quote, normal people don't give a shit.
You're like an undercover reporter.
Really? No, don't know people worry about this stuff?
No, normal people don't give a shit. This is beyond them.
That these types of questions my reporter asked are beyond all of you. The answer is something that you, the people, the consumers, the shareholders, couldn't possibly understand. It's been said that it's easier to fool a man than to convince him he's been fooled. There is no question that many Americans are still asleep who may not want to wake up from their necessary illusions. But we hope and believe by showing these tapes of this BlackRock gatekeeper speaking so plainly on so many topics that not only we wake up people, but also inspire others to come forward on institutions like BlackRock. Oh, and this is just part one. Stay tuned tomorrow for my meeting with Serge Varlet. We also reached out for comment to BlackRock, and here's what they had to say.
Man, we should find that. OMG sent BlackRock our press release with quotes from the video. Managing Director of Corporate Communications declined to comment. I wonder if this guy got fired. Now Serge deleted his picture on. Is there a second part to this? Hold on, let's see. James O'Keefe, BlackRock. And then I'm going to end it for today because I've been going for like almost 4 hours now. Which one is part two? Oh, here it is right here. Remember they said they were going to when he talked to him. So this is it right here.
Hey there. Is this seat taken? Someone's gonna come back, but what's up? Well, that person actually works for me.
Live from the Bronx, this is James O'Keefe with OMG.
My name is James O'Keefe, and I'm with OMG. You work for BlackRock, is that right?
Yep, that's true.
Okay.
First of all, I don't consent to me recording with you.
You don't have to. This is New York. It's a one-party
I know.
state. Right?
Yeah, but well, okay. But you asked me some questions, but yeah. Please don't record me right now.
I can't agree to that. I mean, you work for a very powerful institution.
Okay, then I will not talk to you.
Well, just let's take a look at what you say here. They buy politicians. Big ton of money, you say?
Like you can take this big ton of money.
Haven't they done that?
And then you can start to buy people.
Ukraine is good for business. War is good for business.
Ukraine is good for business. You know that, right? War is real good for business.
My first question is, who have you bought?
I haven't. I'm just well, to clarify, I'm like a low ladder person. I'm like a nobody. I don't want to be interviewed in any way.
Well, you've already been interviewed. How does BlackRock control the wallet of the president?
BlackRock does not.
That's what you said. Those are your words. They came out of your mouth.
Yes, sir. No, I did not say that.
Yes, you did.
Let me tell you, it's not through who's the president. It's who's controlling the wallet.
Yeah, I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody.
But you just said you didn't say the thing that you're on video saying.
Yes, I did not say that BlackRock does this.
Yes, you did.
It's
and who's that?
The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks. These guys don't.
I'm a nobody.
I'm literally a liar. You don't even know my position at this. I was trying to impress a person on a date by lying.
Right, but
Did you see my LinkedIn profile?
Yeah, we sure did. We're putting it in the video. We're going to go after people who are bigger than you throughout BlackRock. You're just one of many.
No, I
that we're
understand.
exposing.
Yeah,
just don't touch me, okay?
Oh no, sorry, I'm not
Please,
touching you.
you're getting
I'm
a little
trying
close into my personal
Sorry, I'm trying to get through. Yeah.
So why is it exciting, though? Why is it exciting?
It's exciting.
He's running away.
Right. Tell me why war is exciting, sir. Where are you going?
Are you going there?
You're walking into the police station?
Would you like to follow me?
I'll stand right here.
Come on.
You want me to follow you into the police station?
Yes.
What are you going to do with the police? What are you going to say to the police?
I'm gonna ask them to make you stop following me. I have no expertise in anything that you're asking me.
Okay, what is your expertise?
Just recruiting people. That's it.
And where do you work?
Okay.
Where is he? Where is he going? He's going into the police station? He literally walked from the restaurant into the police station.
Who are they going to arrest?
Maybe him. Maybe they're going to arrest him. He's handed himself into the NYPD, folks. James O'Keefe here, standing here in the Bronx, New York, at the corner of Kingsbridge Avenue and 236th Street. I'm standing outside the precinct. The BlackRock executive is inside the 50th precinct talking to the police about my presence here on the streets of New York with a microphone and cameras, asking him questions about what he said regarding the Ukraine war, buying politicians, recruiting people to work at BlackRock, an institution that manages $10, $20 trillion. In his words, I wanted to ask him what he meant by that. He told me that he's a low-level guy, that he just recruits people at BlackRock. He also denied saying the things that he said. He denied using the words that he used, suggested I was taking him out of context. I asked him what he meant by that. When he walked into the police station, the police kind of gave their shoulders a shrug, like, oh, it's journalists. Live from the Bronx. This is James O'Keefe with OMG.
Wow, that's crazy. So, I started this earlier trying to figure out who was in charge and running the president, and I've talked about BlackRock before, but I wanted to go down the rabbit hole. And so far today, we've mostly gone down the rabbit hole of BlackRock. That's saying a lot here. So, what am I doing here? So let's just look up BlackRock. Let's do a little X search on BlackRock. Let's see what else we can do. It's 3:30. I'm not going to stay on for much longer here, but let's see. This shows you more. There we go. You guys can see bigger stuff on there. I'm very sad what mega corporations like BlackRock are doing to the real estate market. Listen to this man in Tennessee who is rightfully concerned. Okay, so let's start him over.
There's a lot of outrage here in Tennessee because a lot of Californians have moved here. Now, I moved here in January, but I'm originally from New England, which is a market that I also cannot afford to move back to. But the real issue that people should have in our country is not the random person finding their first home they can buy. The real issue is this right here. The corporate-owned housing communities. There are 60 homes going up right there. They're all going to be owned by a corporation, and they're only going to be leased out to people.
Hold on a second. You went live on Discord, Tony? I didn't hear you at all. I'm looking at my Discord. Nobody's in my Discord. When somebody jumps in, it makes a noise. So what you do, look for Team Voice, and then come on over in the Team Voice. You'll see me in there. I'm in there.
Those 60 homes are going to turn into 60,000. And I just find it so crazy that we're letting this happen. Owning a home should not be a giant investment for shareholders. It should be something we all have a right to do. And they're changing the American dream and making it so the American dream is not home ownership.
Now you're here, Tony.
But it's right.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Barely, yeah.
So,
Let me turn you up a little bit.
YouTube.
Let me turn you up a little bit.
confirm. Looks like you're in another voice channel. Are you sure you want?
No, I'm right here,
switch?
Tony. I can hear you.
Should I say confirm?
No, you're in the room where I'm at. You look, I'll turn on my camera and you can see me. See, you can see
Here
me.
we go. Let me try this. Let me try this.
I can hear you right now. Can you hear me?
On camera. All right. I think I figured it out.
There we go. I see you.
That's me. That's definitely me. I look like shit.
That's all right. Hold on. Let me go over here and let's put
See me
you.
now?
I can see you. Let me put you on camera. Hold on a second.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. It's pretty quiet, but I can hear you. I turned you up a little bit.
I hear you.
Let me see.
I hate my stupid camera. I run a laptop on my screen broke, and then I'm running it into a monitor, and so my camera's on this side, and my monitor's straight in front of me.
Okay, hold on a
If I look
second.
at my monitor, then I can't see. So
Trying to so everybody can see you here.
it all works, yeah. I mean, normally.
There we go. Now you're on screen. Now you're on screen. He's got that 40 going today. It's Sunday 40 day.
Fuck yeah, brother. Hell yeah, bro. I love that shit, man.
There we go. Now I turned you up a little bit so we can hear you.
I love your channel, man.
Thank you.
Every time you're on, I just got to jump in there.
I appreciate it. Here, I'll turn this camera on so you can see me a little bit, but then you can't see you. It's kind of funny. I'm doing some microdosing today, and my screen shows mushrooms.
Turn you up. Oh, here, I can't hear you very well.
You can't? I can turn my output out more.
I get all excited. I
Hey.
kind of like looking at myself because I'm happy. I'm not normally happy, but when I see you, I'm happy.
Really, I make you happy? That's good to know. I'm glad I can make you happy.
You and your people in the chat, I love them.
Dude, we always have awesome people, right? Well, I mean, you're in the chat. Look at that. You're an awesome person.
I was talking to my friend. I used to watch Rudy daily, Rudy Giuliani.
Uh-huh.
You know, and I was pretty popular in that chat. And then a bunch of us got ghosted. They got a new monitor, and he decided to ghost everybody. We didn't know it was going to be, but there's this beautiful lady. I don't know what she looks like, but I love her. She's called Jeep Girl.
Uh-huh.
And she disappeared before then. Anyway, I found out she has cancer again. She's going through stuff. So anyway, they found me and I found them. And so now I got her number, and I just talked. I was watching your show, but then I was talking to her, you know, see how she's doing and stuff. But
Right on.
it's kind of amazing, like the people I meet in the chats. Such good people, man. And I really care about them, you know.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of good people here.
It's cool.
You know, between our chat, Rob's chat, Voice of the People's chat. Well, it's pretty much all the same people.
Yeah. I mean, we got a lot of people from what's his butt show. He's kind of pissing me off lately, though, man.
Which one?
I probably got $5,000 in that guy's show, and he's not saying my name and shit. I'm sorry, I just get a little upset every once in a while over at Roberts. But anyway, whatever. No,
Yeah.
I love the guy. But,
Yeah.
you know, that's where most of us met.
Of course, yeah, yeah. I met you at Robert's chat, and then I saw you in off-label podcast
That's
chat.
where I met you, or at Roberts.
Yeah, that's where we met. Yeah, I've met a lot of people in there, like Jennifer, my co-host now. I met her in Roberts. I met her in Roberts chat, and then I was talking to my girlfriend when I was dating my girlfriend, and she was like, "Yeah, Eddie, you should have Jennifer on your show," and that's how we got to be having Jennifer on the show.
How do I turn my stuff up all the way? How do I turn you up? Because I'm having trouble hearing you.
All right, let me turn. I can turn it up so I can be louder going out. Hold on, let me go down
I don't know if
here.
it's on my end or yours.
Let me turn
I
my
remember
stuff
when
up.
these were like 89 cents.
Oh, you're not on. I can't see you on camera because I'm trying to change my voice, how loud it is. Output volume. How about now? Is that louder?
No,
That's
that's
not
weird.
louder?
I think I can't find that. I got all my like computer volumes up.
Weird.
I can't find the volume on this particular. I mean, shouldn't there be a volume on the, what am I on right now? Discord?
Discord,
Is there a
yeah.
volume button?
So if you click right on my picture, you're on a computer, right?
Okay.
If you right click on my picture, then it'll say
user volume.
Yeah.
Okay, then we got it. It's almost all the way up.
Is it?
All the way up. Yeah, it's still not very loud.
Really? That's weird.
Not deaf. Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't like that before.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, bud. I really don't.
Yeah, you want to swig? Yeah, bro.
Sure, why not? Here, wait. Hold on. I'll take a swig with you. I still got some good stuff left over from going to see my dad. And my ear just popped out.
My dad passed away in, what was it, 21?
21? Yeah.
19, or no, not 2021. Friday the 13th.
Holy
My Jeep
jeez.
blew up the same day.
Man, that's some bad luck. All right, so I'll have a little Crown Royal for you.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
And it's the salted
Hey, you always
caramel.
got the good stuff, man. You tell me you're broke. I'm drinking OE and you're drinking like Crown Royal.
I bought this for my dad for his birthday when I went to go see him on Thursday.
Oh, God bless you, Dad.
Yeah. So I'll take a drink with you right here.
I love you. Hey, I was going to ask you,
2-hour dads.
do you know anything about Veterans on Patrol? You ever heard of that?
Are they kind of like the oh my gosh, the riders, the what do you call those riders? The Freedom Riders.
Well, it's I can tell you, my friend, now there's a guy, what's his name? Lewis run the thing, but they're down at the Arizona border.
Mm-hmm.
They try to help the little kids down there. And my friend Shauna, she calls herself Butterfly. She was at the, January 6th stuff too.
Yeah.
But she go down there, Arizona border, and stay down there for months at a time. And then they had like little deer lights. When a light would go off, she'd go running down, see who the fuck was coming through the border.
Uh-huh.
They're just down there trying to help the kids. They give them Bibles and try to get numbers so they could try to track them where they're going. But anyway, she was affiliated. She knew a lot of Proud Boys from Washington.
Wait a minute. You said Jennifer?
No, her name was Shauna. That's her name. Shauna.
Oh.
I don't want to give her a last name.
Yeah, no, please
But
don't.
she goes by Loves Butterflies on YouTube. You can look her on YouTube, and then on what's that? The green. What is that? Telegraph. They're called what did I just tell you?
Butterflies?
Yeah, Veterans on Patrol.
Oh, Veterans on Patrol.
Yeah, I want to try to call her and have her come on your show sometime. I'd like you to talk to her. She was also on January 6th, and she got the FBI come to her house too. She recorded it all.
Uh-huh.
And she just ripped them apart. I just love listening to it because every question is boom, boom, boom. She's so smart and she don't take no shit. Some people like you're the same way that can just go, no, dude. And she did the same thing, and the guy just wound up walking away. He's like, all right, they're there to bust her, and then she just like ripped him on everything without being like, without like you did, without being like a dick or like screaming at somebody.
Yeah.
She just called him out on everything. You know what I mean? And he couldn't prove nothing. He's like, I didn't realize you're going to be that smart. It was cool.
So here we go. I just looked up
love
Veterans on Patrol, and this is the Southern Poverty Law, whatever. These are the guys who say everybody's a racist. It says, as an organization, VOP advises initiatives that are founded on common anti-government and anti-immigrant ideas. The group has also pushed anti-indigenous, anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic, anti-Mormon falsehoods. VOP activists have incorporated QAnon conspiracy theories into their activities as well. Oops, hold on, I gotta go on the page and read it from there. Including operation of 2 camps in Arizona, 1 in 3 Points and 1 in Sasabe, under the exaggerated premise that they are rescuing children from satanic pedophiles who are trafficking children for sex, human sacrifice, and human organ harvesting. So right there, you've seen the videos I've shown of Ben Bergquam, right?
I wish I could hear you better. Yeah, that's why they went down there. She went down there for months at a time. She'd stop by here,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'd take care of her a little bit, and then she would head down to Arizona border. She was there in the summertime, it was hot as shit, living in a tent, and yeah, just awesome what she did. She can't come here anymore because she got pulled over on the way back in a small town.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't have insurance on her car, and so they want to charge her a bunch of money and stuff. And so she got a warrant now.
Oh, that sucks.
I mean, the other guy that runs the whole thing, he got a warrant in Arizona because he knocked over all the freaking cartel water towers and shit, all their homes and stuff. He would have knocked that shit down.
Really?
'Cause he knows what them water towers are used for. And they're like, well, if you come back, you're going to jail. So he didn't come back, but they still run everything. I don't know what's going on right now as far as the border. I know that she's back in Spokane, Washington, and then in Idaho they have like kind of a compound, and they're doing stuff from there now. I just think I know you'd really enjoy them, and she was really affiliated with a lot of Proud Boys from up there.
Really?
I mean, they actually paid for her to get to January 6th. They paid for her plane fight. They'll help each other out. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
I just thought maybe you might know of them.
I don't really. So I do my.
I want to call her. I'll call her later, and I'll tell her about your show, and then maybe you could have her as a guest because I think people would really enjoy listening to her, and I think you would enjoy it, and you guys have so much in common. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
see.
I'll be honest. I probably know who she is, but before January 1st, there was a lot of issues going on. So I know you as Tony, right? If I saw you on the street, I'd be like, "Hey, Tony," and it's standard. When you see somebody, you say, "Hey, what's up?" in their name because you try and respect people by saying their name. And I got in the bad habit of saying people's names, and they got upset. They might get doxxed. So now I try not to call people by their names, and so I may know her, but I try not to remember people's names after a lot of that stuff. So who knows? And I was there in the main group of the Proud Boys that day. So if she was anywhere in that vicinity, then yes, she was right by me. Because
she went out with a guy named 50 Cal. She used to go out with a guy named 50 Cal.
I don't know.
You remember that?
No,
I don't.
I don't want to talk. I really don't want to talk names of Proud Boys on the show. Just to protect everybody.
But I mean, that's not a name. That's yeah.
Sure.
But it don't matter anyway. I figure it don't even matter if you guys knew each other. You guys are in the same type of stuff. I tried on Robert's channel and I got her a bunch of subscribers. This is way back in a couple of years. I've been a member longer than what they say, and YouTube ripped me over. But anyway. I put her stuff in. I got her up to 400 subscribers. She don't have a lot of subscribers on YouTube, but she got to 400 subscribers. I'm trying because back then it was all about, people coming across the border.
Yeah.
And the little kids. And I'm like, no, you got to check this stuff out because she sees 9-year-old kids that are pregnant, 11-year-old kids pregnant coming across the border. She says they drop them off. They're all in nice clothes stuff. They drop them off. She'll have like 50 kids, 40. 20 kids at one time, all by themselves, that just walk across the border. And she gives them Bibles. She's not real good at Spanish, but she does the best she can. Mm-hmm. She gives them water. She helps them. But mostly they try to give them Bibles. They put a number in there that if they need help, that they can call. And then they try to get numbers to where they're actually going. Because they know that a lot of these kids are sex trafficked. They're being sent to somebody. I mean, he actually called one of the numbers, and the guy was like, he thought he was going to get one 12-year-old kid. Then he found he was getting out a 10. Oh, I'm getting a 10-year-old too? And he's all excited and shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of sex trafficking.
Yeah, there's a lot of pedophile stuff. And she said, they got rape trees over there. They hang their underwear in these trees after they rape them. They hang their underwear in these trees. I mean, it's horrible. She says they tie them up
Yeah.
Tie them up and chain them up. I mean, it's horrible. Absolutely horrible, the stuff that goes on over there.
It is. It's
You know,
disgusting. And like,
and this just goes back years, and I'm trying to tell everybody this stuff to check it out.
yeah,
But like, you can only tell people so much. They can only handle so much. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And I appreciate people want to vote for Trump and they want to make the world better. And I think he can.
Mhm.
I think, you know, with us, he can.
Yeah.
You know? But a lot of people don't want to accept what's really going on. And it is absolutely horrifying.
It is. It
Horrifying.
is. A lot of people have the mindset where if I don't see it in front of me, then who cares? You know? And that's not the way you
Yeah.
got to think about it.
It's not even that they don't care, it's that you don't want to see it. You know, you don't want to see it. You want to go on with your life. And, you know, I mean, at this point, people are waking up more and more every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Trump's going to get 100 million votes. You know, he got 75 million votes last time, which is insane. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't think they can cheat this time, so they're trying.
No, I think they're
trying
still going to
whatever they
cheat.
can.
I just don't think they're going to be able to cheat enough to win it this time.
Yeah.
You know, we've
They're
seen
not. I
too
mean,
much of it.
Even last time, me and you, we both know. Hey, if you go back to 2015 election, 16, you know, whatever, and it was 60. Trump had like 60, and she had like 63, which we can understand because she got, you know, from California.
Yeah.
But we blew her up in the electoral whatever college.
Electoral college, yeah.
Okay. Now that's 123 million votes. Well, then the next time Trump gets 75 million votes. I mean, that's fucking insane. And then they're like, oh shit, shut everything down, shut it down. What are we gonna do? Shut up. And all of a sudden Biden gets 81 million votes. I'm like, fuck you, man.
Yeah. It's too unbelievable.
You know, that's 100 whatever. You know?
Yeah.
No one's ever got 75. And you know Trump's votes are legitimate. 75 million. No one's ever come close to that shit.
Actually, I think they've thrown a lot of his, you know, like they say, the mail is now they're supporting Kamala Harris, right? How many mail carriers have gone by somebody's house and they see a Trump 2020 sticker or a flag or something in front of their house and they see the vote ballots coming from them? How many of those times do you think that they were fucking thrown away? Let's be real here.
All right, well, let me ask you this. How many male people do you think fucking love Trump?
A lot.
We're talking about a couple people saying like, oh, if you vote for Trump, I'm going to throw your shit in the garbage.
Yeah.
I bet you if you took a poll on people that work for the post office, I bet you 80% of them fucking love Trump.
You know
what I mean?
I remember my mail carrier one day, you know, we had a good relationship because I sell on eBay, you know, and so every month I said, hey, what do you like? You know, he's like, oh, I love McDonald's coffee. So every month I bought him a $25 gift card to McDonald's so he could buy coffee because he personally came up to my house, right? Picked up my packages. I didn't have to go anywhere. And so one day I was late and I ran to his thing and I'm like, are you fucking listening to Rush Limbaugh? He's like, fuck yeah, I am. You know, he's a Mexican guy in California, right? I'm like, I would have never, you're a union worker with the Postal Service and you're Mexican. I would have never in my lifetime thought that you'd be a Republican. He's like, Eddie, I've been a Republican for a long fucking time. After that, we became even better friends, you know?
Yeah, it's all bullshit, dude. I want to say this stuff about whatever. Now, people ain't stupid, man. There's a few stupid people, just like the whole Teamster stuff. It's like, oh, we can't decide. You know, they should have just went with Trump.
Yeah.
I'm a Teamster.
Okay.
Everyone I know is voting fucking Trump, man, and we did last time too. And do you think I listen to what these motherfuckers tell me what to do?
At the hall? No.
Oh, shit. Oh, I got so pissed off. 16, they sent me this stuff for Hillary Clinton. I fucking ripped that shit. I told my fucking Teamster leader, you know, for my leader, I said, what the fuck? He goes, I don't write that shit.
Yeah.
He goes, I'm voting for Trump too. Oh, fuck that crap, dude. You know, people want to get on people like, oh, Teamsters, they're unions. Like, you know what? I've had this is my 32nd job. I work for a bunch of motherfuckers. And this is the best job I've ever had. Now, check it out. I love being in the union because We have a force, but it's a people's force. I don't give a fuck about these leaders. It's a people's force. And the other thing is, who pays my bills? I'm a company man.
Yeah.
I'm a company man over the fucking union. Okay. Now they can't take advantage of me, which is fine. But I don't want to take advantage of them.
Sure.
You know what I mean? But I work for Schwann. I've worked for so many people, and they don't pay you shit. They work you overtime. They work you to death. They call you a fucking piece of shit. They fire you because they don't like the way you look. I mean, I've been through all that shit. So as far as the union goes that way, I like it.
Yeah.
But to think that I'm going to vote with what some fucking union leader tells me to do, that I'm just all about the union and we're a band of brothers and whatever they tell me, I'm gonna fuck you, man.
Yeah.
You think I'd vote for Hillary Clinton because the fucking Teamsters told me to?
No. So like I was in the union in 2008 elections, right? And they bring your paycheck and here's this big envelope and it says, this is who we recommend you vote for. And I'm there with all the rest of the plumbers and I'm like, I don't like any of these people. They expect us to vote for all these people. They're like, they say we should, but none of us fucking do.
No, we don't. We have our own brains, our own shit. That's what people got to do. It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
Got to fight. I mean, I'm just hoping, I keep praying. I keep trying to believe that we're going to win this time and we're going to win. I mean, come on, man.
We have to.
I mean, we've been so nice. Got all the shit we've gone through. You guys, Patriot boys. That's why I grew my fucking beard. I want to be a Patriot boy. That's why I grew my beard. It wasn't because I want a beard.
Yeah.
I grew it because I'm a patriot. I was going back to old school times,
Every time mine gets a little bit longer and I start itching, so I got to get rid of it.
It won't grow any longer than this, and it pisses me off. I want to look like ZZ Top. And
Nice.
I'm just saying, we have our own, I love America. I love, come on, we all do, man. I don't listen to what people tell me. I listen to what like-minded people tell me because maybe I can learn something.
Mm-hmm.
And I listen to bullshit from people because I'm like, that's bullshit. But I mean, it just don't make no sense to me. I mean, that's what America's all about is being, and if we just stop and don't do anything, I know we're going by the Constitution. We're trying to do by the right thing. Like the Patriot boys, I love them because they never start no fights. They never did anything. They're there. You remember when ladies were coming out of Trump rallies and people were slapping them to the fucking ground?
Yeah.
Some guy would slap a lady to her ground. Does that get on the news? Fuck no. I'm like, what the hell?
No.
And then the Patriot boys came on and said, no, fuck this shit. And they watched. I'll say they didn't go after anybody. We could right now. We could at any time. We could go after these people.
Yeah.
And tell them to fuck off. Let's go, motherfucker.
So
you want to see who's fucking stronger?
So I got a story about the news and us, right? So we're up in Portland and we had 2 bathrooms at this event. And it was mostly guys, but if a girl had to go to the bathroom, she got to go right to the front of the line and she walked, we put her up to the front and you could go in first. There was one dickhead who pushed a woman out of the way saying, no, you're not cutting in line, bitch. So we took him to the side and had a nice, not so friendly talk with them. The news showed that. And they said, look, the Proud Boys are fighting with each other. No, we're not fighting with each other. We were defending the honor of a fucking woman because that's what we do. We protect the women and the kids, over anybody else.
And I knew that. I knew that all along, brother. I knew that all along. No one fooled me on that stuff.
Yeah.
I seen people beating up on people coming out of Trump rallies, and they got no trouble at all. You guys are just there, just being there and supporting people so they don't get hurt. And then you guys are I was like, no, I know, bro. And most Americans can see that stuff.
Yeah, when I was a member of the Proud Boys, we had so many people, and they would go out in groups of 2, and they would walk people to their vehicles. They'd walk them to the bus stops. They'd walk them wherever they needed to get to be home safe.
That's all they did. That's all they did. They're always just good people. I loved it. That's why I grew my beard. So I want to be proud of it. I asked Shauna, I was like, how do I get hooked up in this stuff? But I'm old. I'm kind of weak and stuff. But
I'm a crippled guy on a scooter, and they welcomed me. They just want patriots and
It don't
people, you know.
matter. I'm giving you kudos, man. When you talk about that stuff and like, I met you through the other place. You just come on, you seem cool, and we'd say hi. You're gonna go to the. I didn't end up going, whatever,
Yeah.
But I didn't know, and I went to your channel. I didn't know, all the stuff you've done and who you've been affiliated with, and I love it. And I also love that you're still on here, and you bring the shit, man. You talk the right truth, and you're. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you are afraid, but I don't see it. But I'm just saying that you stand up. You stand up, and I love it, man.
I appreciate that, and I'll tell you right now, I am afraid. Yes, if somebody tells you they're not afraid, they're lying to you, right? I mean, everybody's afraid of something. I'm afraid of going to jail, but I figured my dad died for this country because he was exposed to Agent Orange. They won't let me join the military, so I figured by doing this channel, I'm making my dad proud and standing up for what he did for this country. That's why I do it. I do it to impress my dad and my mom. Yeah. Hell, I mean, I still got the fucking tattoo going on.
Boom! Oh, that's fucking awesome. I want one. Man. I want to join. I just wish I was stronger, man. Wish I was stronger. I don't know. I bought a trailer. I lost it. I filed bankruptcy. I bought all this shit because I was helping my friend.
Yeah.
I was hoping I could go down the border and we could just hang out there in a nice trailer and, protect the kids.
Sure.
I'd like to do so much more. At some point, we're probably going to have to. But I'm just hoping, like everybody else, that we go by the Constitution and we win this stuff without fighting, without, we've all lost so much. We've lost so much.
Yeah. The problem is the other side doesn't go by the Constitution. They go around the Constitution.
They lie and cheat.
Yeah. Gracias ZZ Top looks like me.
They also know they can get away with it because they know that the good people do.
Yeah.
And so they can say their lies, spread their lies, do their stuff. And they know that we ain't going to do anything. And then when we do say something and it comes up, they just come up with something else. And then we're on to something else.
Yeah.
And it just goes on and on and on. When all we really need to do is bitch slap them motherfuckers.
Yeah. But if you want to join the Proud Boys, that's one thing you can't do. You never strike first. You always wait until you're striked upon. Oh,
I know how to do it. Are you serious?
Huh?
Do it. I'll fucking do it, man. If you think I could contribute, I'd do it.
Anybody can, why don't you go to Proud Boy? It's like proudboys.usa. I don't know. You can send a application in. Anybody can join. Just want proud Americans. They vet you big time, though. It's just like trying to.
The original leader.
Enrique, or you be talking about Gavin?
That's not white. What's his name?
Enrique Tarrio.
She knew him too. She knows him. He's like Cuban or
he's from Miami.
What's his name?
Enrique Tarrio.
He's in prison right now, right?
Yeah, I talked to him. His mom is going to be on our show in 2 weeks. His mom's going to interview with us in 2 weeks and talk about what's going through with prison and stuff like that. So yeah, we have his mom coming up on the show real soon.
That's awesome. Yeah, it really bothers me.
Yeah.
It bothers me what they did. They're Proud Boys. She's like, it's so awesome, really, when you really think about the Proud Boys coming out and just helping people and loving America. Then they got, oh my God, they got spit on and bashed on and all this other shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
We're just trying to be good people, and that drives me crazy.
It is. It's definitely crazy. Also, have you seen the documentary, The Real Timeline of January 6th?
I don't know. I've seen so much stuff. I don't know if I've seen that exact thing you're talking about.
Well, so a buddy of mine, he made that documentary, and he just texted me this morning that they have updated it, and it's not out yet, but it's going to be coming out pretty soon. And
I want to see it.
So we showed a preview of it earlier, but he told me it's coming out, and then he's going to come on our show too. His name is Daniel Goodwin. Daniel Goodwin. He went to jail for January 6th too. So he's the one making these videos. He used some of my footage, and he said, yeah, well, I'll be on your show in like 2 months because he's really busy right now. But we're gonna have him on the show, Enrique Tarrio's mom on the show. I got a lot of interviews coming up that a lot of people don't normally get. So yeah,
I can tell by watching. I can tell by watching your show. You know what's going on. I've seen all the stuff you've done.
yeah.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much.
Well, I appreciate
love
you
coming
being out
here.
there too, man. We need true Americans out there to help spread the word, and that's what we're trying to
Oh
do.
yeah, we're Proud Boys are patriots. That's all it comes down to. No,
Mhm.
and, I want to tell you because and you should watch it just for whatever reasons. It's old stuff. It's from back in cowboy, early settlers days. We don't hear true stories about it. It's called Unworthy History. They call it that because no History Channel will put it on. He reads old books from people that really went through stuff back then. And the stuff that people went through in early America is like, oh my God. I'm like, oh my God. This girl, I just watched this one where this girl, her dad got killed by Native Americans, and then they took her and they kept her and then it tells the whole story about her and what happened she was there for about 1.5 years.
Are they on
It tells
YouTube?
the whole story, what people actually went through when they came to America. Everyone wants to think that, the Native Americans, they love the, whatever. No, dude, they're fucking, most of them were evil motherfuckers, what they did to people. And then you watch and you see, but he reads books that were written by people at that time about the stories, about the stuff that happened. It has really nothing to do with what's going on now, but it kind of does. It's like all the stuff that we fought to build America, and all the stuff that native settlers went through and the people went through, and then we're just letting it all go.
Is it this one right here?
It's just bullshit.
Is that it on YouTube?
Say again?
Is this it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's called Unworthy History.
All right, I just subscribed to him.
I just love it. I love it. It's old as, there's crazy stories on there. He gets them all from books that people wrote. They actually wrote at that time about what happened,
Nice.
This is cool. But my point is that, we talk about, and this is true, we talk about the people that fought and defended this country. Now, a lot of our wars were bullshit, but they still went there and they fought for the country.
Yeah.
Did what they're supposed to. And people in Vietnam, I don't think Vietnam was a justified war. But when they came back and people spit on them, I want to punch them in their fucking face.
Hanoi Jane.
But you can go back further. And just people living here, trying to live here on the land and getting attacked by native and getting scalped. Their dads getting killed. Little daughters, like this girl was she's kidnapped by them. She almost escaped a couple times. They catch her again. They kept her because she could sew. And she went on through the shit for 1.5 years. And then her brother got killed by a Native American. It's just crazy. And you just think of all the stuff that people went through to build America,
Sure.
It all needs to be known. It all needs to be known that we're not, America, God sent us here. I think America is Israel. That's what I think. I think America is God's chosen place. That's what I think. You know what I mean? I truly do.
It's possible.
I truly think that, God sent us here. He sent the followers of Abraham. It says, it doesn't say you have to be Jewish to be God's people. It says you have to follow Abraham.
Right.
And I think that God has a lot to do with this country. I think that's why Trump turned his head just in time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't.
There's definitely somebody watching out for him. 100% he was being looked out for. 100%. Hey, Craw, you should join us in Discord. I got my stepdad's going to call me any minute because it's our Sunday dinner night, but I'll stay on as long as I can. Bro, come on and join us in, or anybody. We're in Discord. It's easy. Talk to Tony.
Please do.
You guys got any questions for Tony?
Nah, I ain't fucking answering questions.
Never know.
Is there people there still?
Says on Rumble, we got 21 people watching on Rumble. Nobody's in YouTube.
Damn.
Yeah. Heck, we should
I was
just.
the last person on YouTube when I left.
Yeah. People. I'm finding I have a lot more subscribers on YouTube. I mean, on Rumble now than I do on YouTube, which is good because we need to get people off of YouTube.
I'm a
YouTube,
member.
Yeah, you are.
I'm a member on.
You're a paid member.
$5 a month to watch your
Is that how much they charge? They don't let me say how much it costs over there. I appreciate that though.
How much you get? How much you get out of that? Like $2 or something?
I think I get half. It might be 50-50 or something like that. Who knows?
$2.50.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what you can buy with that.
We're using
You know, it
all their
adds up,
stuff.
right? It adds up.
It does. So let's see. Graw's in here. No, but see, a lot of people on Rumble, they don't talk. They just listen. So
where's Pamela G? Is she still there?
I don't know. Pamela G, are you still here? Hold on, let me text her and ask her. We should call Hope.
Where's Hope Rising?
I know.
Is
Where
Hope
is
Rising
Hope?
there?
No, she's not in here. Hope will talk. Hope will join in. Are you still watching? I'll ask Pamela. She's still watching.
I guess I'm smoking this shit. I love it so much.
Is that the good stuff from the local dispensaries?
Is this the Swisher Sweet? But God, I love them. I love them.
Oh, that's right. You can't smoke probably being a Teamster, huh?
Yeah, I can't smoke the reefer, man. I want to kill people when I do that.
Oh yeah, definitely don't want to do that then. Definitely don't want to do that.
I get all evil and shit.
Really? I mellow out.
Yeah, it's horrible.
I mellow out. So one day I was going to Sacramento and somebody on there's another live streamer that doesn't like me, and he was saying he was going to get into it with me. And God Rides a Harley was like, Eddie, promise me you won't fight. I'm like, I can't promise you that, Graw. He's like, Eddie, promise me you won't fight. And so I did, and I don't break my promises. So what I did is I'm an edible guy. So I took a whole bunch of edibles and got super fucking high, and I didn't fight him. Thankfully for the edibles, because otherwise I would have been just, edibles calm me down big time. I love my edibles. And luckily they're legal here in California. Hell, up in Oakland, there's a church I can go to that you walk into this church, it's like a $5 a year membership or $5 a month membership, something like that. And there's a church of euthanasia, whatever it is. It's a church you can join that you can legally buy mushrooms in the city of Oakland. I guess nobody's here anymore. Graw's not answering. Pamela's not answering. Who knows what's going on? Freaking Tony got that long hair. I'm freaking bald.
It's actually a mohawk.
Is it a mohawk?
But it's so long. It's so long that I look like shit. It's all right. Whatever. Who cares?
I would have to cut that being where it's so hot where you live. I don't know if I could handle having long hair.
Oh, fuck. Thanks, man.
Right? I mean, that's hard over there. Do you know the maximum? How long have you lived there?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. How long have you lived where you live?
Oh, where I live now? I've been here for like almost 3 years. I moved in with my friend when I lost my house.
Ah, okay.
Oh, I was pretty in Trump.
Never
I
mind.
was good. I was golden, man. I got approved for $270,000. I had $8,000 in the bank. I paid off all my credit cards. I was boom. It was like finally.
Yeah.
50-some years old, and I'm finally gonna buy my own motherfucking house. And then that didn't work out. Well, then my friend said, "Oh, you can move in here with me." And then I'm like, "Oh, I think I'm just gonna move in an apartment."
Yeah.
And then he goes, "Oh, well, how am I'm gonna have to rehome my kitties." And I'm like, "I didn't know you needed help, motherfucker." And so I didn't even look at the place. I just moved in with them, and I'm like, "Oh my God." I got here and I'm like, "Oh, motherfucker, dude." Fucking room was gross as hell. a trailer. It's all dirt. There's like 2-foot speed bumps everywhere.
Wow.
I'm like, oh, good God. So I moved in with them. I'm like, all right, make the best out of it. I still got $8,000 in the bank. All is good. You know, I'm fucking stressing out because I lost my ability to buy a house, all this other shit. But I'm like, no, next year it'll be better. And then my Jeep blew up. That cost me $8,000 and replaced the whole motor.
Holy
on
shit.
and on. Then he got mad at me because he kept the heat so hot that I had the window open.
Yeah.
And he's like, you need to get the fuck out of here, motherfucker. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, are you fucking serious?
Uh-huh.
Then this place next door came open, so I moved in here. $2,500 it cost me to move in this fucking trailer. I went 6 months, my refrigerator didn't work. I had no stove.
Wow.
Like, hey, can you guys come fix this shit? Oh, yeah, we'll be there when we get there. And then I got a brand new Harley.
Yeah, you're telling us.
And, honestly, when I was living with him, I brought my Harley over there, and it got all dirty because there's nowhere to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And the dust, I mean, there's no rocks here, nothing. It's just all dirt.
Yeah.
And it blew out. I was like, oh. And I was drunk. I'm like, I got to fucking fix my, I got to wash my Harley. And he goes, are you sure? I said, fuck you. And I took off on it. Yeah, I wound up staying in jail for like 3 days after that.
Been there.
The log.
Been there.
Yeah, well, then I smashed my bike pretty good. I'm still alive, whatever. I've wrecked it like 3 times. But anyway, they brought it back, so it's all brand new parts, everything. And I was sitting here, it looks like it's 20 years old.
Wow.
My Jeep, the cats piss on it. They got stray cats everywhere. They piss all over my fucking car. My Jeep, you know, because I got the soft top on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been fucking hell, dude. But yeah, so
it'll
I've been here
change.
for like 3 years.
It'll change for
I
sure.
see really very little hope for the future.
Yeah.
But, you know, whatever.
You can't think that way, though. You can't think that way.
I'm 56 years old now. You know, and then I wound up having to file bankruptcy because all the shit that I got fucked over so bad.
Yeah.
You know, so then that's on my record. But, you know, I don't care. I never wanted to file bankruptcy in my life. You know, I always pay my debt. And I actually joined this thing to where, you know, they're supposed to, you give them so much because I knew I could retire in a couple of years at that point.
Uh-huh.
So I'm like, well, I want everybody paid. And then I can go on with my life, whatever I'm doing.
Sure.
And so I joined this stuff. And they said, well, yeah, no, you're in. And it was like $565 a month for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, fine. And then they said, well, don't pay any of your credit. We got everything under control. Don't do anything. So I didn't do it. And then all of a sudden I'm looking and I'm getting all these late charges, all this stuff. And my credit is going from 800 all the way down to like 400. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? They're like, oh, don't worry about it. It's all good. And then they charged me the money on the day they weren't supposed to, put me into overdraft, cost me $300. And then I was in overdraft for 6 months because I had to keep, I could spend $700 over, you know, and then they're charged me $300-400 a week in overdraft charges. But I had to do it because I had to keep going.
Yeah.
And then so I kept trying to fight it. Then I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I called up this place and I filed bankruptcy. And luckily, because I bought this cool trailer, man, and I got it, dude. And I moved out. God told me to buy it. I thought I was going to use it for good things. It was, you know, it's an Overlander trailer, and it was a small, so I can tow it with my Jeep. But it was a toy hauler, and my Harley Davidson, I got like an Iron 883. I could fit it in there, and I could take it with me.
Nice.
Anyway, it turns out that I got lucky that I bought the trailer because it put me at a point to where I could file Chapter 7. And then everything went away.
Nice.
But of course, my credit went away.
Yeah.
Buying a house, you know, for 7 years is out of an option for me. I'm already 56 years old. And it's all because of Joe Biden. It's all because of that motherfucker.
I don't
if
doubt
Trump
it.
would have won, I would have bought that house for $200,000. I would have been approved for 270, but I would have bought it for 200 grand. My payment would have been 900 a month. I'd have a garage. My stuff would be in the garage. It'd be all beautiful. You know, when my mom's not feeling good, then I got a room for her.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. You know, I mean, that's life. I understand, but it's like, God damn, I went through a lot of shit because that stupid Joe Biden and these stupid, and there's still people that would vote for him. I don't understand it.
I don't either.
There's people out there that would vote for Kamala. I don't understand it.
You know, I don't. You know, it's
Thanks
all
for letting
because
me
they watch the fake news. You know, they just believe. Well, the news shouldn't be lying to me, so they watch their CNN and stuff, and they believe it. They don't do their own research. That's the problem.
I
They're
was there.
followers.
I think you were there at one point too. I was there. I mean, I voted for Trump in 2015. Okay, whatever, 16. When he won in 16, I voted for Trump.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, my dad told me, he goes, you got to vote. It's like, I never voted before. I mean, you have what, Obama, you have this guy, or you have, I mean, they're both a joke. I'm like, well, what, who cares? You know,
Yeah.
I mean, neither one's going to do anything, you know. You know, my least favorite president, to be honest with you, is fucking little George Bush. I hate that motherfucker, dude.
Yeah.
I fucking hate him more than Obama, more than he's the only reason why Obama won, because he sucked so much fucking ass. The only reason why he won his second term was because of 9/11, and he probably made that happen.
Probably.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't believe that 9/11 bullshit, dude. They set that shit up. Anyway, you know, so I mean, I didn't give a fucking shit. But this time, then my friends, you know, I got a couple of Republican friends, you know, it's like, why do you hate Republicans? I said, you know, I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
I go, well, do some research. So I did like an hour of research, and I'm like, oh, because I was going to vote for Hillary Clinton.
Oh,
Like,
no
my
way.
fucking Lord Jesus Christ God. Yeah. Now, this is back in 2015.
Yeah.
I thought Trump was a joke. I didn't watch his fucking show. I always liked Trump, but I thought he was a joke. He's just clowning around saying all this shit, fucking with everybody,
Yeah.
trying to get like, you know, like make himself famous or something. I didn't know. You know, I thought Hillary, if you listen to Hillary this day, now we know that she's full of shit. But if you didn't and you listen to her, she is good.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton is good when she talks, man. She can convince a stupid person, no problem.
Yeah. Well, in
She's not Kamala.
2016, I couldn't
Kamala
vote for
can't
him.
do it. Kamala can't do that shit. Hillary can say stuff, and if you're dumb and you just like, you'll believe her. You know what I mean? Anyway, I did like an hour and a half of research, and I'm like, holy fucking shit. I fucking went and registered Republican just so I could vote for Trump in the primary, and I voted for Trump.
Nice.
My dad told me to change my motherfucking name. I mean, I got shit from everybody for voting from Trump, you know?
Yeah.
But, I believe in that motherfucker, dude.
I knew I wasn't going to
believe
vote
that
for
guy.
Hillary, and then I was like, Trump's just some celebrity, you know? Why am I going to vote for him? And then I just started doing more research and seeing his rallies, and then I started thinking, I'm like, this guy's a fucking businessman. He's not a politician. He's going to do and treat our country like a business, and he has such a big ego. He has to make it better because that's his ego, you know?
I agree with that one too, but I also will tell you this. I've seen how bad Hillary was, and then I've seen, I got so many stories I can tell you, and I'm sure you know all of them. People are forgetting now again because that's what people do.
Mhm.
But I decided I was going to vote for Trump over Hillary because I learned that she's a total piece of douchebag shit. However, what really made me happy about Trump is when he had one interview with one lady that actually just let him talk, and she didn't bash him while he was talking. And I listened to what he said, and I said, you know what? This motherfucker's smart, and he does care about America.
Yeah.
And back then, that was really hard to see. It was a little interview. It was in Trump Towers, and I can't remember who did it, but she just asked some questions. And he didn't bash on her like, yeah, you know, like he does, because he'll fight.
Yeah.
He just said what he had to say, and she listened to it. And I was like, oh, this guy is smart as shit, dude. That's when I was really sold. When you let Trump talk without having to prove so. Even some of the rallies irritate me. It's like, Trump, I've heard that shit before, motherfucker. But when you ask him an honest question and you let him talk, he's the nicest guy in the world, and he has something to say that really means something. That that I'm like, oh yeah, I totally agree with that. You just don't get that chance much. So a lot of people, oh, well, never Trump because I don't like his etiquette. I don't like this shit. It's like, well, it's because everyone that interviews him is constantly bashing him. And Trump, I love him for this too. He'll fight right the fuck back. You know what I mean?
What I always tell people is this. I'm like, if you own a company and that company supports your family, pays your bills, puts your kids in school, pays their medical bills, I said, if you're looking for a CEO, are you going to hire somebody that loses you money but is nice and tweets nice, or are you going to hire a guy that tweets some shit, pisses you off, but makes your family money? I'm going to choose the guy that has.
I always say the same thing, but it's smaller. Say you own a restaurant. Say you own a convenience store, and your only choice is Biden or Trump to manage it. Who the fuck are you going to pick?
Trump.
I mean, ask these motherfuckers that don't like Trump. You think they're going to pick Biden to manage their fucking restaurant? I don't think so. So why would you pick him to manage your fucking country?
Right.
You don't even have to be big. You don't have to be big time, just like, here's another one I did too, just joking around but I did it with Putin and Biden. Okay. You have a baby and you have to go do this stuff and you have to have someone watch your kid, but your only choice is President Putin and Joe Biden. Who are you going to leave your kid with?
It's yeah. I wouldn't leave it with Joe Biden for sure. He's going to sniff my kid, touch my kid, something like that. So the only other if that's the only other option, if I had the choice between the two, it's going to be Putin.
Yeah, I think I'd pick Putin. I think he'd be okay. He'd watch the kid, like, fuck, or watch his kid, whatever. Yeah,
or he'd hand it off to somebody to watch it.
Yeah. Well, definitely, if you said Biden and Trump to babysit your kid, of course you're going to pick Trump. I mean, that's just, you don't even think about it,
Yeah.
When most people I asked that question, they all said Putin. Nobody said Biden.
Yeah.
Not one. But then somebody voted for this motherfucker to run the country, but you don't trust him with your own kid?
Yeah. It's disgusting. It's just I have a liberal friend up in San Francisco, and she was complaining about how high the gas prices was, and then she's like, I can't even take my car in San Francisco because I'm afraid it'll be robbed and all this stuff. And then she's like, but the Democrats are doing such a great job. I just got my 7th booster shot, and I'm just like looking at this lady like, you're complaining about the stuff that they caused to happen, but then you're praising them for what they did. And then she gets COVID that night. She calls me the next day and says, oh, sorry, I got COVID. I'm like, gee, how's that 7th booster working out for you? Right?
How come only the people that get shots and get COVID?
I am still a 100% pure blood.
I don't know. I got my uncle. I got a friend. I live in the Bay Area. I'm mostly from Washington State. That's where I grew up. But my dad was in the Bay Area. He lived in San Francisco most of his life. But then, you move on. They had to move to Concord, California, so they could afford to live. Even way back.
And that's still expensive. Concord is still expensive.
I live in Concord, California. And I don't understand. I don't understand the people there at all.
Yeah, I lived in Pacifica and Daly City.
I don't even talk to him anymore.
Yeah.
We just get in fights, and it's never me. Always talking. He's like, and all of a sudden, boom. I said, dude, I don't want to talk about politics with you. It's not even worth it. Oh, well, yeah. Well, fuck Trump and fuck you. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah. Some people you just can't talk to.
They're so brainwashed, man.
Yeah.
My grandma, God bless her, I loved her, on my dad's side, and she always said, always vote Democrat. And he'll stick that no matter what. Me, I'm not a party motherfucker. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I voted for Trump. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. However, I do like over history. Of course, you have to acknowledge that the Republicans are better people over history.
Oh,
You know
sure.
what I mean, you look at Abraham Lincoln. You look at all the stuff when people stood up and fought as patriots. It was Republicans. So I'll
Yeah.
give them that. But like, George Bush, I hate that motherfucker, dude. I hate him more than Obama. I hate his daddy more than Obama.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan, I like him.
Oh yeah, that's my
But I
mom's
didn't like
favorite.
him. I was young back then. I didn't like him till later when I figured out what he actually did.
Yeah.
Now, and like, if you really think about it, if me and you are 20 years old right now, who would we be voting for? If Trump was running, 40 years ago, what if we voted for Hillary then? You know what I mean? It was just, you're just different when you're young.
Yeah.
No?
You're easily
I know
you're
now.
more easily influenced when you're younger than when you're older. You're older, you learn from experience, and
Yeah, you learn from heartache, but you accept and see the truth about things. When you're young, love and love. Everybody love each other. It's like, that has nothing to do with politics. I can love you when somebody else is doing a great job and I'm making money. I can love you more.
Right.
Government has nothing to do with my social life, how the fuck I think about things. I don't want Kamala to tell me that I gotta love some gay guy. Well, maybe I do. Maybe I'm gay myself. I'm not, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't need the government to fucking tell me that shit. I need you to go in there, protect American citizens, first and for all, and then try to create jobs so we have jobs. That's what you're supposed to do. People vote for Democrats because, I have a heart for people. It's like, what the fuck does that have to do with it? You can still have a heart for people. You can still love who you love. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, Republicans have hearts. I mean, come on.
Again, I don't give a shit. They're just trying to do a job. Most of them.
Yeah.
Most of them are just trying to go on there and like 1 and 1 is 2.
Sure.
And this is what we do. But I don't want somebody to tell me how to fucking live my life and what my social feelings should be and all. It's like, who the fuck are you to tell me that?
Yeah, stop controlling my life.
You're a secretary.
Yeah.
That's just bullshit, dude.
But anyways, Tony, I got to get going. My stepdad's dinner is ready. So.
I know, brother.
But I love having you on here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, and now
thanks for you.
I see you accepted my friend request on here, so you can send me messages back and forth on Discord now. You can private message me on here. So,
I love you, brother.
Love you too, man. Love you too.
I love you, man.
So stay safe. And you know what, Tony? I'm going to tell you right now, life's going to get better, right? Everything happens for a reason. Life's going to get better.
Any worse.
Well, there you go, right? You got to think of it that way. All right, brother. I hate to do this, but I got to get going. Stay safe and don't work too hard. Yeah?
All right.
All right, buddy. Be safe out there, and I'll keep in touch for sure. All right. Bye. All right, guys. I got to get going. It's dinner time here at the Block Residence every Sunday. Sunday. But every Sunday, my stepdad and I have a dinner together, and it's that time. He's making pork ribs. So we got pork ribs on the grill or on his smoker, whatever he's doing it on. So y'all have a good night. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Actually, I'm going to be on tomorrow morning, probably around 7:30 California time, because we're going to deal with the case, the Fannie Willis, where they're deleting files and stuff. But I got to hurry up and go because my stepdad's calling. And we'll see you tomorrow then. If not, we'll be back here tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Have a good night, everybody. Love one another. I don't know what I should say. I can't say the other thing I normally say. So y'all have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. End stream. Holy shit, I've been on 5 hours almost. Oh no, we gotta do I don't have the hope laugh right here.